Good afternoon. Welcome to the Calexico City Council Calexico Redevelopment Successor Agency Calexico Financing Authority regular meeting agenda. The time is 5:32 p.m. I will call roll call. Mayor Javier Moreno here. Mayor Pro Tem Garcia
Here.
Councilmember Raul Ureña.
Here.
Councilmember Ray Romo.
Here.
And Councilmember Rosia Arreola Hernandez. Thank you. We have a quorum. It's a closed session meeting. Today's day is Wednesday, May 18, 2022. And call to order. Due to the declaration of emergency, this meeting is being held pursuant to AB 361, approved by the Governor of California on September 16, 2021. And some or all of City Council members may participate in this meeting by teleconference. Pursuant to Imperial County Public Health Department guidelines, City Council meetings are now open for public attendance at 100% of capacity of the council chambers. Public participation will continue to be available in the following ways. Members of the public are encouraged to watch the meeting via live stream at http://communityspectrum.org live at 6:30 p.m. or via the Calexico City Hall Facebook page at www.facebook.com City of Calexico CA. Members of the public will be able to make public comments in the following ways. In-person comments. Submit public comments via email by 2 p.m. on Wednesday, May 18, 2022 to our city clerk at gggarcia@calexicoca.gov or via fax to the phone number at 760-768-2103. You may make public comments via Zoom from a PC, Mac, iPad, iPhone, or Android device. Please click this URL to join. The number to join is 1-669-900-6833. The webinar ID number is 816-0789-7160, and the passcode is 569393. Public comments not to exceed 3 minutes. This is the time for the public to address the City Council on closed session items only. The mayor will recognize you, and when you come to the microphone, please say your name and place of residence for the record. While members of the public are encouraged to participate, it is unlawful to disturb or delay the City Council meeting with personal or slanderous remarks. The City Council is prohibited by state law from taking action or discussing items not included on the printed agenda. Please direct your questions and comments to the City Council. Do we have any public comment? No? Okay. Our next item is adjourn to closed session, but before I do that, I do want to put an emergency item, potential litigation exposure.
Under exposure to litigation, correct.
Okay.
One potential case.
And I need a
You would need a motion to add that item to closed session.
motion by Romo.
It's a potential exposure to litigation closed session item.
Second. Okay. Any discussion? No? All those in favor? Aye. Aye. Okay.
At the same time too, now that we've added this item to the agenda, if there's any members of the public or online that wish to make comment, they also have the opportunity to make comment on the item.
On this item?
Correct.
Okay. All right.
And if we have none, then we can adjourn to closed session.
Can we wait, or you want me to close session?
Yeah, if we don't have any comments.
Do you have anything?
No.
No? Okay. So adjourn to closed session. A closed session of the City Council, Calexico Community Redevelopment Agency, successor agency, Calexico Financing Authority may be held in accordance with state law, which may include, but is not limited to, the following type of items: personal matters, labor negotiations, security matters, providing instructions to real property negotiations, and conference with legal counsel regarding pending litigation. The closed session will be held in the City Hall Conference Room located at 608 Heber Avenue, Calexico, California. Any public comments on closed session items will be taken before the closed session. Any required announcements or discussion of closed session items or actions following the closed session will be made in the City Council chambers at 608 Heber Avenue, Calexico, California. My understanding, we have no comments, and we will close to session at 5:37. Welcome to the Calexico City Council Redevelopment Successor Agency, Calexico Financing Authority regular meeting agenda. It is 6:35 p.m., Wednesday, May 18, 2022. And I will call to order. Mayor Moreno's here. Mayor Pro Tem Garcia.
Here.
Councilmember Ureña.
Here.
Councilmember Romo.
Here.
Councilmember Hernandez.
Here.
Thank you. We have a quorum. Please stand up for a pledge of allegiance. Ready? Begin. Please remain standing. Mission statement, please.
City of Calexico, mission statement, together.
We pledge to provide effective and efficient services in a courteous and respectful manner to improve the quality of life for all in a unique border community. Viva Calexico.
And I will do the invocation. Dear Lord, I pray that you guide us, always satisfy the needs that need to be met during this meeting. Strengthen us and make us, as we make tough decisions. I pray that we will be like well-watered gardens, like a spring whose waters never fail. I pray that we will be fruitful. Amen. Please have a seat. Mr. Council, any closed session announcements?
Thank you, Mayor. City Council met on the items described on tonight's closed session agenda. We received direction on those items, but no reportable actions were taken. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next item is the approval of the agenda.
Mr. Mayor, we do have two clarifications to the agenda. For agenda item number 14, approval of the following. Number 1, it says TDA Article 8E, application, claim, and resolution. The correct number should be 166,000. It should be
962.
Yeah, it should be 16692.
16692.0. That's a correction to that agenda. And then also on agenda item number 21, appointment of two council representatives to attend the ICSC conference. It should be two council members and two staff members as well.
Okay.
So that's a clarification.
All right, thank you, duly noted. And make a motion for that? So moved from Mrs. Romo. Anybody second that? Second by Mr. Ureña. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Motion carried. Thank you. And we have next is presentations. The first one up is proclamation honoring National Public Works Week. Who's your first? Right? No. Let me start. National Public Works Week, May 15th through May 21st, 2022. Ready and resilient.
Whereas public works professionals focus on infrastructure, facilities, and services that are of vital importance to sustainable and resilient communities and to the public health, high quality of life, and well-being of the people of the city of Calexico. And
whereas these infrastructure, facilities, and services cannot be provided without the dedicated efforts of public works professionals, who are engineers, managers, and employees at all levels of government and in the private sector, who are responsible for rebuilding, improving, and protecting our nation's transportation, water supply, water treatment, solid waste systems, public buildings, and other structures and facilities of essence for our citizens.
Whereas it is in the public interest for the citizens, civic leaders, and children in the city of Calexico to gain knowledge of and to maintain a progressive interest and understanding of the importance of public works and public works programs in their respective communities. And whereas the year 2022 marks the 62nd
Resolved, I, Javier Moreno, Mayor of the City of Calexico, do hereby proclaim the week of May the 15th to the 21st, 2022 as National Public Works Week. I urge all citizens to join with representatives of the American Public Works Association and government agencies in activities, events, and ceremonies designed to pay tribute to our public works professionals, engineers, managers, and employees, and to recognize the substantial contributions they make to protecting our national health, safety, and quality of life. In witness thereof, I hereunto affix my signature and official seal of the City of Calexico on this day, the 18th of May, 2022. Mrs. Falomir, do you want to accept the proclamation? Thank you. Thank you. Thanks for all the work you do.
Thank you.
Our next item is a presentation by Terry Nava, Executive Director, regarding the Housing Authority of the City of Calexico.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Terry Nava, Executive Director of the Calexico Housing Authority. First of all, I want to say thank you for inviting me to give you this presentation and update on the Housing Authority and the wonderful work that we do within the community of Calexico. Next, Kevin. First, let me explain to you the definition of affordable housing is to provide safe and sanitary housing to persons of low to moderate income. Next, Kevin. Sorry, we don't have a clicker. Our Board of Commissioners is comprised of 7 members. 5 of the members are members at large who serve a 4-year term, and then we have 2 board members who are resident commissioners, and those 2 commissioners have to be public housing residents, and they serve a 2-year term. Our current chair is Ms. Carla Flores, our resident commissioner is Mr. Mario Acevedo, and our other commissioners are Ismael Lopez, Arturo Rioseco, Margaret Salsa, and Juan G. Villarreal. And we currently have an open seat for one of our resident commissioners on the board. Our board is appointed by the mayor of the City of Calexico, and that's by Health and Safety Code Section 34271. So, next slide, Debbie. A little bit of history on the Housing Authority. The Housing Authority was established on July 1st of 1987. We were formerly a part of the Housing Authority of Imperial County. Calexico decided they wanted to be independent of the Imperial County Housing Authority, and we became Calexico Housing Authority, as I said, July 1st of 1987. The Housing Authority is an independent agency and is governed by the U.S. Department of HUD, or Housing and Urban Development. And the name, well, although the name says Housing Authority of the City of Calexico, we are not governed by the City of Calexico. It's just simply the name that refers to the area that we serve. Next slide, please. The suffer. So slowly we are putting in single units, AC units, the P-tacs that they call them, in each of the rooms. They are expensive to put in, because we have to block wall and install, but we're slowly getting that done. I am currently working with another developer to see if we can get that into the home key that I was informed in September they should be opening up another home key cycle, so we can apply to get that up to par. The next slide. Calexico Gardens. Calexico Gardens is comprised of 39 units. They are all three-bedroom units, and this is considered a
Any questions by the council members?
Yeah, more than questions, comments. So, yeah, we know that housing, it's hugely needed, and, the demand is huge and the supply is very limited to almost none. So I saw that your budget is very small also. And you talk about, grants, and you talk about also as ways to maybe either bring some of the units up to certain standard, or maybe even go after more housing. What is the plan to, build more housing, to look into that, that this organization has in place? So that's where I would like to see. What are you seeing? What are you are looking at as an organization to meet the demand? Because as a city also, we're asked to work on our housing element. And I think the last time that you were here, I kind of like mentioned that also, where, we need to make sure that we meet certain, needs for, sectors of our population. So if we're talking about the same thing, a year later, and I understand, the challenges. And I also understand, kind of like what you're telling me, that Casa del Sol, that the homes were sold and the last 4 are going to be sold. So it looks that we are kind of like losing instead of gaining. So what is the plan to gain more housing as an organization?
Let me clarify something for you. The Housing Authority is not a developer. And the
Okay.
Housing Authority's responsibility is not to develop. It is the city's responsibility to develop.
Okay.
I don't know if you're aware, but I was an employee of this city. And I worked in your housing development. And within my tenure in the city, we were responsible, the housing team and I were responsible for building 3 of the 4 low-income housing developments. So every city is responsible for building an X number of
Correct.
low-income units. So what I have proposed, and I've spoken to Ms. Noble, and I've spoken to the city manager, and I've spoken to Mr. Moreno a couple of times. I propose, let's work together. We have a property on Grantanita that we've been waiting for the city to release a lien so that we can start working with regular developers and find secure funding so that we can build 26 units on that property. It's a very small property. It's a little over an acre, so it's not a whole lot. But anything that we can bring in to service the city and our residents, because they're not just our residents, they're ours as well. And our concern, we get called all the time, do you have any vouchers? Do you have any housing? I have homeless people. You know, we're at capacity, and if you saw my waiting list, we have 1,000 strong, So I would like to open up a dialogue with all of you to see what we can do to work together to build more housing within the city of Mexico. But unfortunately, people are in the mindset that the housing authority is responsible. It is not. It is the city of Mexico. But every city to develop a certain number of properties. But I am open to working with you and making sure that we provide more.
Yeah, and I think that's the key, and thank you for the correction. But, regardless of each other's, responsibility and roles that we play in this need, I think what's key is it's what you're talking about, the communication. So from this point on, what I want to see is that communication goes beyond that, communicating, executing. So, we'll look into that, because, I don't want, to come back next year, or maybe, hopefully you'll come back earlier than that, with a different update, or an update that, we are already executing. So yes, but let's get down to execute and learn from each other. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia. Ms. Rom?
Thank you very much for your presentation. Any other question?
Señora
Ms.
Nava.
Nava, hold on, she's got a question. Hold on, Mr. Gonzalez.
Oh, you're good. You're good.
Okay, very, very interesting your presentation, Ms. Nava. They have waiting list for 926, wow. And you have 43, 5 apartments, houses, whatever, no? So 40,
We have approximately
345, no?
We have Section 8 structures and we have public housing units, for a total of almost 500 or so. Even if everybody left tomorrow, I still would only be able to service half of the units.
Hold on.
Just,
Also, just one point of clarification. People on Facebook are going live. They want just speak to the mic closer
okay.
so they can hear you. That's all. Thank you. And that goes for everybody in the audience as well as us, right? Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor. So I was inspired by my colleagues' comments and hearing what the data and our need for collaboration. Obviously, the collaboration hasn't been as efficient as it has to be. Oh, I guess my first point is the waiting list. You say you had 926, but we all know that people don't even get on the waiting list because they know they're not going to get anything until like 5, 10 years. So the housing need is at least triple. You know at least triple what's on your waiting list. Que es mínimo triple por la gente que no se pone en fila sabiendo que ya está bien larga. I think there's a couple of opportunities for collaboration aside from the legal ones that you have mentioned. Currently, our planning department is doing a big push to get ADUs out there. The only reason that has been stalled is because that particular department, like all departments, are very short-staffed. But ADUs are an essential key to making sure that we have quick, immediate housing, and they can even be mid to low income, to get some people off. Even when somebody has a Section 8 voucher, not everybody takes a Section 8 voucher, and not everybody takes a Section 8 voucher, and there's not always that housing available for which to use it, even if you have a voucher, and that is a problem. Grant writing. We have a item on the agenda where we're going to create a citizens grant writing committee. We're going to invite academics and citizens from the community to write grants, get them trained with council members to assist city departments in their grant writing. I don't see why there's any barrier to making sure that we're collaborating and partnering with your much needed grant writing efforts at all levels. Yes. And yeah, pretty much let's move forward. I think we have the plan set out, and this is urgent. This was urgent like 5 years ago. It's probably even more urgent now. Sí.
Thank you so much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Okay.
Mayor,
Hold on.
Only thing I have is, I know that, Section 8 is so demanding. So how do we get, or are you working on getting more slots? Is it, it's just something that is very much needed here in Calexico.
Well, the federal government allocates so many to each city or each housing authority, and that's the number that we've been granted. I have asked many a time for more Section 8 vouchers so that we could have them. There's also what they call project-based vouchers, Section 8 vouchers, and you can, so let's say you build 20 units and you're asking for subsidy for HUD, and you ask, can I have 20 of your Section 8 vouchers, and I will ensure that I have 21 persons living there. And I've been told, with that, there isn't any more money. In fact, HUD in the last few years has been asking that we convert from public housing to what they call RAD, rental assistance development, where they transfer all of the public housing subsidies and we become owners of the property, but we don't receive a subsidy anymore. So how do we take care of that property if we're not being subsidized? So I put the efforts, and it doesn't work for us here in Calexico, unfortunately. And I will tell you, our families, because we have so many low-income families in Imperial County, not just Calexico, but all Imperial County, that when people get into public housing or Section 8, they don't leave. I have units for families 3-4 generations strong. And you can't take them out if they qualify. You can't take them out. You don't want homeless people on the streets. So we are doing everything in our power, and we requested more vouchers, and the federal government says there's no more money. So that's the question.
Anything else?
just real quick, Mayor, I'd like to make a comment. For those in the community that are going to do public speaking and also, or public comments, and also the other presentations, if we could use this mic over here, it's probably a lot better for the community here as well as the people in the stand. So if we could just do your presentation from here and your public comments from this section as well. Thank you. That's it.
Yes, also I want to, thank you, Ms. Nava. Thank you
gracias.
for the presentation. Yeah, also want to remind, we have we have an order of presentations, and for respect to them, if you want to speak on public comments, fill one of these out, and you most likely will use that microphone over here, but just don't come up and just, because it's not your turn. So we're trying to follow that order. Right now, we're in the presentations part of our city council. So having said that, thank you for understanding. Hold on, Mr. Gonzalez. Gonzalez.
He's just turning in this.
It's on this item here.
Okay. But this is not presentation, that's what I'm saying. Thank you. And also,
This
this
is a
also it
presentation.
goes to the clerk. Okay?
Yeah, and this is a presentation.
Yeah. No, I got it. That's fine. It's okay.
La burocracia.
Okay, so we're not in the public comments yet. When we get to the public comments, you can comment on this item. All right, thank you. Okay, the next presentation is by Daniel Hernandez, California Department of Transportation, Caltrans, regarding the construction schedule for State Route 98 widening project. Good evening, Mr. Hernandez. Thank you.
Hello, everybody, and thank you very much for allowing me to provide an update. My name is Daniel Hernandez. I work for Caltrans for Imperial County. And we have this situation with the project on Route 98 between Ollie Avenue and Rockwood. The project is meant to be for 6 stages. Currently, we are on stage number 1. And it is unfortunate that the contractor started last year and suddenly started providing not much workforce and creating some delays. So we brought it up, and the contractor continued with even a smaller crew and created more delays. So they were put on notice. I sent a letter notifying them that they were going to lose control, and they started being non-responsive. Well, before they started being non-responsive, and then suddenly they didn't show up. So they lost control, and there's a process for taking the control from the contractor. So there are some timelines that we have to follow. So we followed all the legal procedures. So they lost control, and then we proceeded with contract termination, which, by the way, it was executed today. So the contractor lost their contract. The project now belongs to the bonding company, and they are going to send another contractor. So the bonding company has to finish the work. And it's unfortunate that we have this in the middle of the road, and it's not that easy when we have a concrete barrier and a roadway excavation. It's not that easy to just bring it back. So at this point, we have to finish stage 1 and then open to traffic. And there are some businesses that have complained, and I have provided them with the process to submit their claim. At this point, the bonding company told us that they already are in contact with several contractors, but also they are bound for some legal procedures as well. And it may take 3 to 4 months to get another contractor on site. However, Caltrans is on a parallel effort to bring another contractor just to finish stage 1. And the bonding company has to pay for that. For every expense that we have, they have to pay for that. At the end of the day, it is the bonding company responsibility to complete the work. But since we understand that it's waiting 4 more months, we are going to try to bring another contractor as soon as possible. And then we are going to pay for that, but the bonding company is going to reimburse us. So that's the point. I mean, that was actually performed today, as I mentioned. So at this point, anybody has any questions? And I understand that it's an unfortunate situation. Nobody was expecting that. It is the first time that happened to me. I am a senior resident engineer. I have managed more than 45 projects. First time that happened to me. So I am also a neighbor. I mean, I live in Calexico, and I'm also impacted. So, any questions? Anybody?
Anybody? Mr. Orella?
I have two comments. One of them is to Caltrans, and then the other one is to the city or to our administration. On the Caltrans one, I was made aware, and I know we're probably going to have a meeting with Caltrans and other stakeholders on our county-wide highways, Highway 111, Highway 98 specifically. But just as a comment, just a very honest comment, it came to my knowledge or my understanding that years ago, council did send a letter, approved a letter, asking for the relinquishment of Highway 98. I feel like the community, I mean, we had made that petition years ago, the relinquishment of Highway 98 so we can have control of it. Highway 98 is a place where kids have died. I feel like, if I don't recall correctly, I think a couple months ago there was a truck hitting a kid on somewhere in 98 this past couple months, si se acuerdan. I just need Caltrans to know that I feel like from the get-go, we do need a relinquishment of Highway 98. There's a lot of safety issues, and I feel in the way that we've been interacting, we just haven't been listened to. And now there's a quote-unquote improvement, a widening that we did not ask for on a road that is probably already too fast, too transited by trucks, and we just don't feel consulted. There's this big delay, and it's just causing headaches. But that's all at a very high level, and that's something that we're going to meet very soon about. But the second one is more to the administration. So my concern is those businesses on 98, right? I've heard from all of them, and I'm sure other council members have also heard from them that we're dying. People can't park here. Asadero neighborhood, Tropicana, and the donut shop that's on there. I think the city can be proactive just to mitigate the impacts of Caltrans in the way that they didn't, consult with us, I think, thoroughly. We can mitigate that impact by directing the planning department to offer them a sidewalk permit. It might be helpful for them to at least set up a little shop or a little thing on the sidewalk permit downtown or adjacent, just so that they can at least mitigate some impact, and then just waive the fee on that sidewalk permit just because of the emergency nature. They've been calling us, and we really haven't responded and said, hey, te vamos a ayudar. We'll offer you this sidewalk permit. We're very sorry, this is at a state level, they don't listen to us, pero como se dice, we can be proactive as a city and mitigate this.
Well, thank you for your report, and we have been asking for it because, as you say, it has been affecting our community. But moving forward, what we would like from you is that you could come and give us updates on things that are being done, and if there's any setbacks, we would really appreciate us being notified.
Yes, please.
Yes, and FYI, I've been in direct contact with Liliana Falomir, and I've been providing updates as needed. But of course, every time that you request my presence here, I will provide updates. If I know something in between council meetings, I will let you know for sure.
Excellent.
And also regarding neighbors, neighbors and business owners, I've been in direct contact with all of them as well, and attending phone calls. And for instance, Asadero neighborhood, they told us that we blocked pretty much all the block on the south of 98, and we accommodated, and we removed some of the K-rail pieces as requested by them, and we shortened it as much as we could in order to accommodate a few spaces on Ollie, not on Route 98. So I've been working with them, the AC business as well. There's an issue in there with the parking, but we compromise. We accommodated for them to being able to enter their parking lot from the alley and getting into Harold, so they don't have to back up. So we opened that area just for them in order to accommodate, because we understand that we are creating an inconvenience and we're trying to work with them as well. So, but we are listening, and also sidewalks, we fence everything. Even today, you could have seen some workforce in there cleaning up for trash, some weeds, and erecting some, removing some drop-offs as well, realigning barricades and cleaning up. So we are taking care of that, but unfortunately, we had to wait until the contractor lost control.
Sí, 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 sí.
So if I may say something, thank you, Mr. Hernandez, for coming and kind of like facing the music, because we face it every day, out there with the citizens. So I understand, the legalities of all these processes, right? And that, for people, they don't need much. They just want, this project to be done. And from what you said, yes, the bonding company has to go through the legal process. Caltrans now is taking over, kind of helping out, but there is no clear timeline, right? So, yes, communication is key, but what I want to propose is we'll work with you, and thank you for being here. I appreciate that very much. But if this doesn't get solved as soon as possible, I think we should reach out, or how can we help expedite? I mean, us, writing to our assembly member, or someone that can push this at the state level also. And it's not that you're not doing your job, but also you are waiting for the processes to take place. But for us, we have had these issues, whether it's traffic, whether it's businesses, or just the regular, pedestrian trying to cross. Mm-hmm. I mean, it just has been very, very inconvenient and beyond inconvenient. So let us know how we can help, but I want to propose that if this doesn't happen as soon as possible, that we should start contacting our legislators, our assembly member at the state level, so hopefully they can also help us push this project. But I truly appreciate it. And it's not that I'm trying to go over you, but it's just that we have been waiting. Legalities are there, I understand that, but that doesn't solve our issue.
I agree with that, absolutely.
Understood, but I would like to respond to that, because the timeline is clear. It is 3 to 4 months for the bonding company to bring another contractor. Right. But as I mentioned, Caltrans is going to do a parallel effort to bring another contractor before, in order to finish a stage one and open to traffic. So the timeline is clear, it's 3 to 4 months, but Caltrans is going to make an effort to open it to traffic before. And as I said, whatever effort that we're going to do is going to be for the bonding company, because the bonding company has to wait 3 or 4 months, but we can do another parallel contract just to finish that, which we could have not done before because the contractor has possession of control of the work.
And I get that. So I mean, this is not an ultimatum. So we're giving you 3 months, to really see some activity and hopefully complete phase one, because we're gonna work with you. But also we have to make sure that we respond. I mean, I can't really keep on repeating myself. Well, it's been worked on. There's some legal issues. There is workforce, issues, with the contractor. So we need that project to keep moving. We need to make sure that, we're talking to you, we're talking to whoever can help us out. That's where I'm coming from. And it's not against you, it's not against anybody, it's just making sure that people that are here, and I think we have people from the chamber that have done outreach, people from the community that have come before us with the parking issue, with not having access, their customers not having access, or even after the project is completed. Is the parking gonna be there, not gonna be there? So just to make sure that we get all that clear up and make sure that we stick to timelines, because if not, we might be still 6 months down the road talking about the same thing. So, but thank you, appreciate it.
And just to add to that, and I absolutely agree with contacting our state assemblyman, and that's exactly why I called that meeting. Is there's a bigger issue about how quickly we communicate with Caltrans, but when you say we're working as fast as possible to open it to traffic, that doesn't solve the parking issue for these businesses. Or is that the completion of that segment? you're referencing. Cuando dices we're working as fast as possible to open it, is that to open a lane, to reestablish parking?
To fully
To-
open,
or to fully-
open stage one, because
Oh, okay.
as
Yeah.
I said before, we reached the point that we have roadway excavation and concrete barrier protecting from the drop-off. So we cannot just remove the K-rail because there's no road.
That makes sense.
So the only solution is to finish stage one and open to traffic. So the bonding company is going to take 3 to 4 months, but we are going to make a parallel effort to do it before.
Excellent.
Before them.
And on the city side, it sounds like we can at least facilitate some kind of sidewalk permit so they can, keep paying their rent and not get evicted.
In addition, and unfortunately, Neri just left, but there are some homes from the housing authority being affected as well. So this morning that we were working there, we are going to also make a path for them to their new parking space. So at least neighbors, they don't have to park on Harold. They can go all the way and use the new parking spaces, for instance.
Excellent.
So we're trying to make an effort just to accommodate. And but as I said before, the contractor had control. They just lost it, and now it's going to be our turn. We have to wait for the bonding company to bring another contractor, and we are going to make an effort to bring another one before.
That is great news. Thank you.
Anything else? Ms. Paloma?
Mr. Hernandez, thank you for coming here. We understand the situation, but I hope the citizens understand it. Please help.
No, yes, and I'm taking care of that, even though the inconvenience is there. And as I said, I live in Calexico as well. I'm being affected as well by my own project. So it's every project, every new development brings some inconvenience. But the benefit is going to be there for long term. Unfortunately, in this particular case, we have a unique situation when the contractor abandoned the work and is creating a greater inconvenience as design. So that's the real issue. That is a greater effect. But we also have a legal process for businesses that are being affected so they can claim their losses.
Oh, good.
Thank you.
Make sure they get also that information to claim losses. Sí, muy necesario.
Thank you.
Which I already have provided to them.
Excelente. Mejor aún. Yes.
All right, thank you for your presentation.
Okay.
Have a good night.
Thank you.
Next up is a presentation by Mr. Mike Pacheco, Imperial Irrigation District Water Manager regarding retention basins in Calexico.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to present a problem that both of us are having. You as council member, I know you guys are receiving calls on the flooding of the retention ponds within the city limits. We're also getting calls from your citizens and especially Director Gonzalez that is on our IID board that gives me a call every couple weeks to make sure that we are addressing this issue. Next slide, Gabby. So I kind of want to just real quick, if you can, let me just kind of explain the situations. I think most of you are familiar with this. So we have some ag lands that are still being farmed on the east side of Calexico, and they drain into the All-American 8 drain, and that's the yellow line that you can see just on both sides of Highway 98. And then that water, that ag water, goes into our open drain, and then it goes into the red line, which is the All-American 8 pipeline. And that pipeline travels west to the river. That's how it gets rid of the ag water. Now the green line that runs along, what is that? Andrade. Is connected, that's your pipeline that's connected to our pipeline there on the red line, the All-American. And so when we have a lot of activity on the farming side and they discharge into that open drain and goes into the pipeline, that gets filled and then it starts backing up into the green line, and then it starts discharging into some of the retention ponds along that. And there's, 2 or 3 of them, and then also the Rancho Frontera Park also. So, we have a solution. I've met with your staff, Director Gonzalez and Mr. Jose Saldaña a couple of weeks ago. We kind of talked to him, and he understands the problem. Next slide, Gabby. So what we've done so far is we've met both, like I said, with Director and your staff, and kind of drew up a plan that we can solve this problem once and for all. Is that we're going to work with them as far as getting the drain down the water level so your staff can install backflow valves. You only need 2 of them, and one at each end, and that way you guys can keep that closed, and no matter what happens in our pipeline or no matter what happens with our open drain, that water will not travel back upstream to your retention ponds. Now, the only thing that I caution you is that during a rainstorm or one of those big rains that we get in the summer, you're gonna have to have staff open those valves so you can have the water come off your streets and all that into our system. And once that's done, then you close them again, and then that's the issue. So obviously we don't get a whole lot of rain here in the valley, but the 1 or twice or 2 times that we get pretty good rains, then that's what you need to do. Next slide, Gabby. So this is what we did. We installed a new manhole with your pipe, and you can see that your pipe is an 18-inch diameter city pipe that's connected to the manhole, and then it goes into the drain. So we've done that to help because that manhole was in bad shape and it was broken and stuff. Next slide, Gab. Again, like short-term recommendations is that we inspect that pipeline from the city to make sure it's wide open and there's no obstructions or anything, and then install that backflow prevention. And I have a slide, hopefully, that I can show you what a backflow, what we normally use at the IID for situations like that. Next slide, Gab. And this is what it is. It's a Fresno type. They come in different sizes, so I don't know if that's the size, because you might have an 8-inch or a 10-inch from your pipe to ours, so it may be less than what the approximate cost is. But that's what it looks like, and I think if you, like I said, all you need is 2 of them to be installed on your side and keep them close, and like I said, no matter what happens with our ag customers or our pipelines. And we did hire a company to go in there on the pipeline and make sure that there was nothing plugged, and that was done about 2 or 3 weeks ago. And so they seem to be came back with the results that the pipe is clear and ready to go. I think that's it, Gabby, as far as the slides. I didn't want to take a whole lot of time from you guys. I know you have a heavy agenda, but I think the long terms, like I mentioned, is just to make sure that you operate once those backflow valves are installed, to make sure during rainstorms that they're open, and when there's no rain in the forecast, keep them shut, and that'll help keeping those retention basins dry for your citizens. And I'll be happy to answer any questions. And again, if any of the council folks would like a tour, I'm willing to spend some time with you to kind of really go through the details and take you around.
Sure. I will take your offer, yes, I'm sure. Councilman as well. Yes?
What are you looking for?
La parte de arriba. ¿Dónde está el terreno donde se está regando del rancho? ¿Cómo se llama?
¿Frontera?
No. Se llama Bravo Rancho. Está para acá, ¿verdad?
Sí.
Yo he estado investigando, señor Pacheco, y no soy experta como usted, pero necesitamos resolver el problema. Lo que sí sé son los niveles de agua. Cuando suben los niveles de agua, entonces tenemos la problemática justo en donde está la avenida esta que constantemente están inundados. Entonces, investigué con ingenieros que tenemos 30 años que no habíamos tenido problemas de aumento de agua en los sistemas fluviales. Pero de hace como casi 3 años para acá empezamos a tener problemas. Yo le pregunto a usted, que sabe más que yo, ¿es posible que estos rancheros que están ahí sembrando pueda ser que estén regando de más, que se esté yendo el agua? Le explico, mire, aquí está Liliana que va a mentir, o sea, aparte de lo cara que están las válvulas, no podemos estar cambiando, sí tenemos la responsabilidad de darle mantenimiento a las válvulas constantemente, de acuerdo, pero ¿sabe qué, señor Pacheco? Humildemente yo creo que necesitamos trabajar juntos. Ayer vi el director González, hemos tenido pláticas con él y no tengo ni la menor duda que quiere trabajar con nosotros, pero por más dinero que pongamos en válvulas, necesitamos que el Departamento de Public Works, con usted sobre todo, señor Pacheco, podamos resolver los niveles de agua. Yo no soy experto, pero pienso que si nos ayudan ustedes, sobre todo con estos rancheros, podemos bajar ese nivel de agua y es probable que ya no tengamos ese problema. Le pido una disculpa, pero eso es lo que yo he investigado, porque tenemos problemas, creo que tenemos aquí más del año y no nos acabamos los problemas. Está aquí la señora Carmen Estrada, que acabamos de cancelar unos eventos porque se secan y no se vuelven a llenar, se secan y sí coincide cuando están usando la agua los rancheros. Por eso es que yo les suplico, no son terrenos de la ciudad, además, de la Jiqui Camarena para allá, ya no le corresponde a la ciudad, entonces tampoco así como que nos podemos meter, ¿verdad? Pero ustedes sí, con el condado, pudiéramos tener, no sé, alguna regulación de agua, hablar con estas personas que pudieran apoyar a la ciudad de Calexico. Obviamente son los drenajes fluviales, no estamos hablando de lo que es la vivienda, pero pues sí nos está afectando, salvo su mejor video. Señor Pacheco, gracias por escuchar.
Gracias. So, I'm gonna have to okay. So the problem has been for a long time that those lands east of the Camarena School were not farmed for a long time. So we never had the problem. We never had the problem because they weren't into ag. They were waiting for the housing development to get to that area. Since then, when that thing went down, or the housing development went kind of sour, they start farming those. And we have talked to them. I've talked to them saying about controlling your water. I know they're facing issues with labor, and I know we've noticed that they've ordered higher amounts of water to finish probably sooner so they don't have to pay labor because of the labor issues and all that. But we've told them that's not our problem. You guys need to control what's coming out of the fields. That's your responsibility. And it affects us, it affects the city of Calexico and the residents. And so we are keeping an eye on those, Councilman Roma. But you know that pipe that's on All-American 8A, it can only handle so much. I mean, as far as it is, it's just a pipeline. And when it gets full, because of the elevations of the retention ponds are lower, when water gets higher than that, it's got to run downhill. And so that's why I think the 2 valves on those things, if you install them and close them, it doesn't matter what they do upstream. It will not run back into your retention basins. That's the quickest and easiest solution right now.
Thank you.
Until that develops, hopefully someday, we're going to have that issue. I mean, I can keep talking to them every time they irrigate. I can send staff out there to monitor what's coming out. But, it's still their responsibility to control it.
So just to be clear, so if it's so it's the farmer's responsibility to control. I'm guessing contractually how much water comes out of there, and it's not being adhered to. Is that what I'm?
There's times that they're not that they're getting too much runoff.
And what's the recourse for that? Do they get fined? contractually, like, what can you do to them?
Yeah, our policy, our rules say that if they're spilling more than 15% of their order, they can be fined.
15%
Yeah.
or more. Okay. Yeah, I mean, and this is just a personal opinion, so you don't have
No,
to
that's fine.
respond. But I think it is so arrogant that some of the richest families, los más ricos, that control those lands, feel like they can mess with our parks like that, just to save a little bit of money on the people that they don't pay more than minimum wage. It's upsetting, it's racist, and it's not okay. And I just want them to let that be known. That should be a bigger scandal should they continue to mess with our parks.
Yes.
It's not equitable, it's against justice, and we will call them out, not as a council, personally, if this continues, porque it's not the IID's responsibility. They have a responsibility, and just to cheap out further on the farm workers that they're already making, go through hell to produce the food in this country, it's just not fair, and I just want to make that clear.
Yeah, and it's
That's a
also
personal
affecting the Caltrans. I think you've seen pictures of where they're right where it goes underneath Caltrans, that water comes up through their storm.
Oh yeah,
storm
unbelievable.
drain.
We've
And that's a
had
dangerous deal because there's a lot of traffic on Highway 98 that if it gets out there on the highway. Then
yeah, I live on Rivera over here, and I can't tell you how many times I've been making that left turn, and I see that whole charcote sometimes
Right.
invading the one lane. How can these ranchers just be so fixated on saving 10, 20,000 and causing this much damage? Yes, they need to be called out publicly. It's not okay.
I just want to thank you, Mr. Pacheco. Thank you for coming to provide this presentation, and I'm going to take you up on that offer to go see this issue, and based on your expertise, in taking into account your suggestions as maybe as a fix for now, that we really need to address. So we'll talk offline and hopefully get that going, and I know that you talked to Public Works, and we'll see how we can address it. It's also on us to make sure that we find the resources, because it's an emergency. It's something that has to be addressed. I know that from your end and IID, they have been very gracious enough to help us out. We appreciate that very much. Regardless of everything else, it's an issue that we have, and we have to address it. So thank you, and looking forward to doing that tour with you.
Thank you. Yeah, I think between both of us, both agencies, I think we can fix this. But as long as we work together and get it done.
Thank you for your proactiveness. Thank you for your proactiveneness.
Yeah, and I'll leave my card with your city manager here, and then if you just give me a call when you have time, and I'll be happy to come out and take you for a little tour.
Sure. Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is, you have a question, Rudy?
We have one question.
Pacheco.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Recommendation. I know how you're saying that we need to buy those bulbs, and now, is IID gonna help us with the purchase, or are we gonna go through? That's also another concern. The financial part of it.
If that's an ask, I can bring it to my boss. Yeah.
Yeah,
If that's a request, then
That would be a great help to the city. Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Pacheco, just one last question. So you said there was a threshold of 15% in order for fines to begin. Is there any authority to change that contract to bring the penalties at 5% or 2%?
yeah, that would be up to our board to change that regulation. It's always been set at 15% of their water.
They should do it, because if it's causing problems at 15%, then the fines need to start when it starts causing problems. So if it starts causing problems at 7%, that's when you need to start fining people. And I think that's something, at least from me, I would make that an ask to the IID board of directors, because it's just not fair. If we know that at 15 is way too high, the fines need to start lower. It's not fair for them to get away with this.
Well, perhaps on that note, we can
Yeah.
Write a letter and we'll sign it maybe in
Write
support
a
of that-
letter
of that
officially
cause.
requesting it, yeah.
Right, I certainly would, yeah.
That's a good idea.
Absolutely. Yeah, we'll bring that for the next council meeting.
Sure, we'll look for that, yeah, thank you.
Muchas gracias, muchas gracias.
Anytime, thank you.
Next up is COVID-19 update.
Good evening, Honorable Council and the staff that's here present, and our community. Thank you for showing up today. So, COVID-19 update. So, COVID-19, the community transmission levels in some of the communities across California are increasing. All those cases, although that the case rate has been gradually increasing here in the Imperial County, our community transmission remains low. So for the numbers for this week, we have 13,571, and this is from the beginning of the pandemic. Recovered is 13,253, and the current number is 34. So we did see a slight increase on it, but as I mentioned, we're still below the average. And what the average is we have a current case rate of 8.4 is what our 7-day average is. So that's where we want to stay. It's below the state average. Another thing I'd like to highlight is since we participate in the water surveillance system, we did see a increase in SARS-CoV-2 levels within our water system, and those are higher than they were 2 weeks ago. So there is an obvious spike in it. It's still manageable. And on that note, I'd like to finish with just reassuring reminding the community that testing is still being done throughout the city. We've collaborated with the county and other organizations. The testing is still available. If you have not yet been vaccinated, those vaccinations are still available to the community. We do have the one event that's coming up with the state. We're going to have that here at the Women's Improvement Club, and the goal is to have our students less than 5 to 12 to get their vaccine. And if they bring the family or family members, we could potentially take care of them as well. So that's my presentation. I'm sorry?
What is that again?
I believe it starts on the 31st.
Okay.
And then we would do 2 weeks after that for the second vaccine if they want.
Mr.
Yes.
Favela, I don't know how you made it through the pandemic with the staffing levels and the number of ambulances and the fact that one of them was always in the shop during the pandemic. Now that the levels have gone down, how much of a burden is the pandemic still on the fire department, specifically the ambulances? Is it still really heavy? Is it more manageable, or do we still need way more firefighters?
Yeah,
trucks and
so
everything?
our work volume and the call volume at the fire station, it is steadily increasing. We're still getting that, right?
Mhm.
As far as the impact on COVID-19, we're not so much getting the COVID positives, but we're getting the individuals, the community members calling for COVID-19 suspect. You know, they're calling us for their signs, their symptoms. They think they're having COVID-19 issues, so they call us, and we're still showing up for those. So those are still happening very frequently. So between treating the symptoms and also educating the community, that's our goal at this point, is to treat when appropriate and to educate when appropriate.
So I actually was unaware that that's a service that we provided. So if I call in to the fire department and I say, hey, I have a cough or my lungs don't feel well, the fire department will come to my house or will give me
Yes.
information over the phone?
So it could happen both ways, right? The initial conversation with dispatch could send you to maybe, if you deem that it's not an emergency, then yes, you would be diverted or suggested to go to your local clinic, right? But in the event that you still feel that you do want a visit that is warranted, then they would call us, and yes, we would go to your house.
Thank you.
Obviously, our goal is, and our purpose is to treat emergencies. But then that's up to debate on what an emergency is, because mine can be different than yours. So as long as they call, we are going to do our best to be there, even with the short staff. We're doing our best, and as at this moment, the guys are pulling miracles on how we're doing this.
Yes.
Obviously, our staffing levels remains low, but we're still meeting 100% of our calls, and we're still providing excellent customer service. And a big hats off to our gentlemen doing that.
Let's try to have some talks with our local medical providers, because if they can help you take, like if Heffernan.
Yeah, those
you know.
conversations are taking place, and that's the portion of the education that we're telling these people. We're giving them direction to where they can go to get help.
Okay,
Not everything necessarily has to be a hospital.
emergency.
If
Yeah,
we have local
Burdensome.
clinics here, we're trying to send them to as evenly to everybody as they come up.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? No? Okay. Moving on, the next items are announcements. These proceedings may be viewed on the City of Calexico website at www.calexico.ca.gov. The Friday following the City Council meeting. Community office hours for Mayor Moreno will be held by appointment. Please contact the City Clerk's office at 760-768-2102 or to schedule an appointment. Next item is the public comments and public appearances. No, not to exceed 3 minutes. This is the time for the public to address the City Council on any item not appearing on the agenda. That is when the subject matter jurisdiction of the City Council. However, if the item you wish to comment on is on the consent agenda, please comment now. The mayor will recognize you, and when you come to the microphone, please state your name and place of residence for the record. While members of the public are encouraged to participate, it is unlawful to disturb or delay the council meeting with personal or slanderous remarks. The City Council is prohibited by state law from taking action or discussing items not included on the printed agenda. If the item you wish to comment on is on the public portion of the agenda, we will take your comment when we get to them on the agenda. Please direct your questions and comments to the City Council. Okay, so I have a total of 11 public comments. So 38 o'clock, so I will keep time. Please be cognizant about that. We appreciate that, respect for other people. The first one up is Mr. Ben Horton.
Good evening, Commissioner Horton. Good evening.
Good evening to all the council members and distinguished members of the audience. The reason that I come before you, and let me make sure I give my name, Ben Horton, resident of Calexico, is that I was approached by a citizen, and I was kind of ashamed when they approached me that this city council seemed to neglect more or less the people that live on the west side of town. And we seem to put a lot of emphasis on east side, the parks and everything. And I have to remember Mr. Garcia talked about Rodriguez Park, and nothing's been done. The restrooms can't be used, and what are we gonna do that? We talk about, and I'm gonna be very frank, I sit here, we talk about taking over Highway 98, but yet for a street in Calexico, Atler, to name one, we haven't done anything for it. I know this is public comment, but we have the decision makers here. We elect you to represent us for our interests. And I hope that you are willing to do that part. Because when somebody comes up to me and they say, aren't you an economic and financial advisor? I say, yes, I am, but we hadn't met. That's not their problem, it's my problem. And I talked to the mayor last week, and we just kind of exchanged things. And I pointed out to him that I'm willing to put together, and working with legal counsel, of course, we don't want to do anything to violate the laws, to put together a lesson plan to train our commissioners. I'm willing to do it, not ask anything, and once the lesson plan is put together, submit it to the city council for approval, and we'll work together. And I have done that. I spent 30 years in the military. I did lesson plans to get things done. But yet, getting back to what I talked about, I hope this city will do something about the west side of town. I'm not here to beg you. I'm here to say, do your duty. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Horton.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Alan Pelayo Mark.
Good afternoon, Mayor Javier Moreno, Mayor Pro Tem Camilo Garcia, and the honorable council members. My name is Alan Pelayo. I'm an organizer with Teamsters Local 542 here in El Centro. Teamsters Local 542, we're stakeholders in this community of Calexico. Many of the Teamsters we represent live in Calexico. I stand here with my Teamster brother, Matthew Lamont. He works out of UPS El Centro, and he supports the Rogar employees' rights to organize in El Centro. Last week, I attempted to reach out to all of you, actually, individually, with no success. And so I'm here today to make the ask on looking for your support, on meeting to hear these workers' voices, because they're going through something that most people don't go through, and that's organizing your own workforce for better conditions. They've suffered intimidation, harassment, spying, but hear it from them. They're your residents. I'm asking you to please just listen to them. Just listen to them. Not to meddle in between how a company runs its business, but just stand by the Section 7 rights through the NLRB 1935, where it is their right to form a union, free of harassment, intimidation, and being spied on. And so I end really in that there's over 200 workers. They reached out to us. This happened organically, and now we're here to support them. The ballots have been out, and they will be counted May 27th. And so, Matthew, if you could you hand my card to you? It has my phone number and email, so we can.
If you want, you can share that with me. I'll make sure they get it.
How can we support you? Can you tell us how we can support you?
By simply reaching out to me, and we can set up a meeting as soon as possible to meet with the workers.
Excelente.
And so,
I'll make sure all of you guys get the information.
Thank you, thank you.
any questions?
No, just, I mean, our legal counsel can attest to this, that we're precluded from meeting all at one time at the same time. I have no, I mean, me personally, I listen to a lot of people in the community. I'm willing to listen to my residents also as an individual basis without making any agreements or contracts or anything like that. But I can sure listen. I think I can speak for it. Yeah.
So if I still have time, again, and that's why I reached out individually, right, not as a whole.
Right.
But the opportunity's there.
Sure. When we have your information, we'll get back to you. Sure. Certainly. Yes.
Yes, Councilwoman.
You sent the email.
Yes, so thank you for responding to the email, and look forward to us meeting sooner than later.
We're not allowed to converse, but if you need something in writing, just right now I can say, you can count on my support.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Absolutely, yes.
Yes,
I
Councilwoman.
think Mr. Garcia and myself, we didn't get an email, so by you saying that we didn't respond to you, I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
I didn't get the email either.
There was no,
I didn't get the
there was
email
no, there
either.
was no email. There was no correspondence. I mean,
Yeah, it didn't get to,
correspondence, but
How did you reach out to them?
Via email. So the email was sent, and then when we meet, I mean, I'll show you the email and see.
That's
where-
fine, but you're here now.
Yeah,
We're here,
exactly.
we're here now. We're okay. It happens, you know, technology, whatever. But we're here, like Mr. Urania will say, we'll, whatever we can do to support it.
Thank you.
Our residents, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Dylan Castillo. That's you? Yes.
Yes, but it's for item number 16.
Oh, so you're gonna defer? You put 19.
Oh, I'm also doing one
On,
for ad hoc committee.
so I'm gonna put, okay. All right,
16
so I'll
and
put those aside for 16 and 19.
Okay.
All right. And I also have, well, next speaker is Marisela
Garcia.
Barrios? Garcia, I'm sorry. Is you also gonna defer to item 16? Do you wanna go down?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, thank you.
It's our famous Jefferson teacher. We all love her. She was not my teacher, but she was friends with my teacher. It's almost like she was teaching me. I love all my teachers. And I'll make that as public as possible. I love my teachers.
Hello, good evening. My name is Marisela Garcia, Calexico resident. I came today because first of all, I told you I would be back regarding the parks because you mentioned that we're going to have an itemized how the money is going to be spent for the parks. I haven't seen that yet, so I wish to see it as soon as possible. Well, whenever you're ready to work on that matter, okay? Because I really want to see our parks being a place where our children collectively will play and have fun, and we don't have to worry about where they're at trying to become entertained with their activities. I was just listening to Mr. Pacheco. He mentioned about fines for these ranchers. My question is, can't these fines be used for the citizens of Calexico who are being affected? So if this money, if they're getting fined and they're affecting the retention basins, so we'll call them parks, but the retention basins, can that money go into those funds and do something for our students or children here in Calexico? Also, I'm concerned regarding the runoff because about the chemicals that they use for the farming and it coming into the area where the kids are playing. And that's what I just heard. So, and also, I also agree with that the west side of our town is not taken care of as the one here. And I'll go back to the parks again, comparing Cesar Chavez Park, the one that's by that area, and the one by Nosotros, which was our most newly formed, created park, which is now, many people do not visit because of finding needles, broken bottles, and everything else. But the park over here is well taken care of. We have to have equity in Calexico. And right now, I'm not seeing that. I'm glad that things are being done for children, like they said, the soccer field and everything, but we need to have equity. We have people that are coming all the way from the west side of Calexico, that are coming to this side of the park. That's if they have a car, a vehicle, and if they have the money, gas, to get to the park. And it's not fair to the children that live on the west side of Calexico. And also, I saw in the report that says that firemen are going to get either being paid overtime or there's a balance for that. My concern is the following. With that money, I don't know if it's a great deal or not. I just read it right now quickly. Wouldn't it be better to go ahead and pay them a little bit more so that we can attract people to come to Calexico? That's just my concern. And I'm getting to know a little bit more about the city of Calexico. I was not an active member. Now I'm trying to be an active member because I think that the only way that the citizens of Calexico, and that's children first of all, are going to get service is that if our members, Calexico becomes proactive. And that's the only reason I'm here to tell you the truth. But thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Mr. Kim Yu.
The microphone's broken.
Mr. Kim, can we use this microphone?
Good evening, the council members
Good evening.
and the administration and the citizens of Calexico. My questioning is this ever city of Calexico line city? Usually? Because the city of Calexico saying, working with the county, so where is it? Where is the proof? And when the county supervisor comes, our city council member try to please him to you are doing a good job. Yes. The broken bridges, broken street, illegal dumping, yes. They are working good jobs. And June Kim came into the city council, the fake budget, fake numbers. They're all lies. And June Kim fight for that to bring the real budget, found about $8 million deficit. And made a plan to balance that to correcting without hurting the city police officers. We kept the 31 in the budget. And after June Kim left, and including this, Mr. Escobar, news council member came in, they said they balanced the budget with the cut to the half number of the police officers. And safety has been questioning. And when the council members came saying Mr. Escobar wants to raise the water bill for the treasury piece, and in order to do that, they raised the water bill. They issued a bond over $50 million, and June Kim found the money from the inside the budget of the city, over $50 million, and they said we don't have money. The city of Calexico said we don't have money. We issued a bond over $50 million, getting around $5 million commissions. Who's get that $5 million commissions? And of course, because it's our money. We paying for that. If somebody get it. And as county has a lot of issues to spending money with the other cities, not Calexico. And not only that, and other city, they receiving the money from the county for the fire departments or taking care of the ambulance. City of Calexico doesn't get money for that. Who is our responsibility? Who is our representing? Where is the health of the budget of the Calexico? Former city manager saying, oh, Calexico, city of Calexico in good shape, good balanced budget. It's a very shady budget. You guys are going to see this from the number 16, item 16. We are in trouble. We are in balanced budget with the 15, 16 police officers and short hands of the fire departments. So where is the help from the city, county? What city of Calexico working with the county? Today I was impressed with the several council members with dealing with the Caltrans. Why not they didn't do that the county? Why they worshiping them? I never asking any complaint from the council member when the county supervisor Escobar was here. Broken bridges, several, in the only south side of the county. The road, same thing. When I go to the pass through the road, it was a free massage on it. I think only Calexico, city of Calexico, but it's a county too, south side. Where is our city council members? The saying, government of the Calexico, by the people, for the city of Calexico. I don't see the for the people. That's what you're doing it. That's what county did it. That's what our representative doing it. I admire Mr. Javier. He's taking care of every small issues, but impacting our lives. What if the city supervisor and county and our city council member been doing it, and our former administration. They're making, you guys helping each other, oh, you are good. But where is the good things? Except the bad things.
Okay, Mr. Kent, wrap it up.
Yeah,
Thank
thank you. I know you don't want to hear it, but I have to let the people know, we don't want, we can change for this, not council members. We have to have our voice to make the city work for the citizens, not for themselves. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Our next speaker is Carmen Estrada.
Buenas tardes.
Buenas tardes.
Más bien, buenas noches. Quiero darles gracias por permitirme estar aquí presente con ustedes. Esta vez vengo a hacerles una invitación el lunes a las 6:30 en el Parque Gutiérrez. Vamos a tener invitados de honor de Tijuana, San Diego. Esto es para hacer el torneo binacional. Están totalmente invitados y al mismo tiempo quiero darles la noticia que Calexico cede a ser parte del Estado como una liga ya competitiva y en eso estamos trabajando. Ya vamos a formar un comité y ya están listas las personas y aquí está Jesús Escobar, que va a ser nuestro presidente de nuestra organización representando Calexico. Calexico va a ser la base de Valle Imperial para lo que vamos a hacer y meternos más bien incorporarlos al Estado. Yo en lo personal estoy muy orgullosa y tenemos que delegar, tenemos que tener personas realmente arriba para que nos ayuden, porque sí ha habido irregularidades en parques, como la semana pasada, pues sí quedamos un poquito mal, se fundieron las luces del Quinte de Andrade, el Gutiérrez otra vez agua, y eso a mí en lo personal me pone, pues me estresa. Entonces creo que vamos a tener más ayuda para llevar a cabo esto. Y yo lo único que pido nada más, nosotros no pedimos dinero, pedimos artículo para llevar a cabo el parque. No estamos pidiendo ni un peso, artículos. Y a la ciudad nomás le pedimos que nos tengan las áreas verdes. Y esta vez, en poco tiempo, se está viendo el mejoramiento. Lili sabe cuál es el cambio que hizo para que sea mejor Calexico. Calexico va a brillar si continúa como está trabajando ahorita Lili. Ella sabe lo que falla. Gracias, Lili. Con permiso.
Muchas gracias.
Gracias.
Muchas gracias a Lili también.
Javier González.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, Javier Gonzalez, 237. The reason I was so adamant trying to talk, I'm a stakeholder in all the three presentations. All presenters are gone. I don't know if I should speak anything. I mean, the council members also have council comment. Should they wait? I don't think so. I think the community should be involved, engaged when the presentations are going on. If you guys want input, participation, people should be able to come up, discuss when the presentation is going on regarding that presentation. I sit on the Imperial County Transportation Commission Board. Caltrans was here. I'm a member. Rose is a member. I wanted to speak. The guy is gone. I'm an ID director. ID presenter is gone. Anyways, I'm going to take advantage of this situation and thank the city, thank the mayor, thank the police department, everybody that helped for the 2022 Earth and Arbor Day celebration. It was great. We needed more people, but it's the COVID. There were other events. We're going to have our mayor's going to be honoring, thanking those members on June 15. We're already working with a committee, Carmen Estrada, Romo, other members, that we're going to put it on next year to try to get it together to celebrate the city. I don't think we should let this event go, the 2022 Earth and Arbor Day celebration. It's it's not like Dia de la Raza, party celebration. It's something to benefit Calexico positively, our environment, trees, so it's not a popular thing. I mean, we don't sell beer, we don't party, we don't celebrate. We want to plant trees, we want to clean up our community, So it's a difficult event, but I want to thank you all. June 15, our mayor will be honoring them. And the only reason, the only thing I wanted to say about the Housing Authority presentation was that yesterday IID made the first tape on the EDP. The EDP, the Equitable Distribution Plan about water. Yesterday, the federal government released a report about water. It's going to hit us hard. There's going to be restrictions. So I was going to mention to the Housing Authority that they should start planning to do desert landscaping. Not only do their areas are drying up, but they have a lot of seniors that can't cut the grass. So we should start thinking about in our community doing desert gardening, and maybe the city giving some kind of help, cash discounts if people do desert gardens. Regarding the IID, I've been on top of the problem. I mean, it's something that we inherited. I think we're moving forward. I want to thank Lily Palomine and her staff. And on the Caltrans, I was the first, I put videos. And I brought the issue about 4 months ago, because I know the guys that are working there. This thing was coming up and they weren't paying the bills. The cement company, we know the guy, he said, I'm not going to give him cement anymore. And it was about 4 months ago. So it's nice that you want to contact your state representative. But this is just like you hire a contractor y te queda mal. The guys are moving, and hopefully the next contractor will do their job. And for right now, I would hold on to calling our state representatives. They are aware. Más que quedó mal el contratista. Es todo. Anyways, thank you very much.
Mr. Campos, just so Mr. Gonzalez is aware, just to clarify, when he does public comments, he is able to do a public comment on the presentation items, right? He just
I think so.
Sí, a la otra nomás hace un slip, and if you want to comment on a presentation, put like a presentation item number 1 or item number 2. Pero sí tienes ese derecho.
Because we need to work together, and input from the community during the presentation is good.
Sí, just make sure you turn in the slip piece. He said.
I mean, I think I misunderstood your question. I think generally we hold those to public comments generally. I mean, you could change that, but I think generally we hold comment on the presentations to the public comments, correct?
I mean, we've been, lenient.
I mean, you could change, but generally that's the way we handle it.
Today I decided to do it because we had 15 of them, and it's, but.
Anyways, just for the next
that's how it was.
I like to give my input in probably the community also, because I know that's why I wanted to go in, because I know that presenters present and they leave.
So just make sure you turn in a slip next time. Thank you.
Mr. Lee Wong, you're next.
Louis Wong, 807 Ward Court. Believe it or not, this is probably the second time or third time that I speak to the city council. And my original question is try to ask the guy from Caltrans, see how long it take to finish the project. But as a director from the Chamber of Commerce, I must speak out and make a statement saying that any kind of delay will be stopping them to make business, any delay, and I hope that they will easily speed up and finish up the project. That's item number 1. Item number 2, as I came to this council, so many times people come to the council, speak, always complain. But do they see the city also done a lot of good work for them? Yes, I feel that. I receive it. I appreciate it. For instance, in the last 2 years, I called the ambulance a few times, and I have wonderful, world-class experience on the way from my house to the hospital. And my mom also called the ambulance a couple of times. And for the many times in the past couple of years, and I say, I need to come to this board to say that, to tell you that I receive good service, and I really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Lloyd. Our next speaker is Katie Luna.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Katie Luna, and I'm here in my capacity as the president of the Chamber of Commerce for Greater Calexico. Sort of here to echo sentiments of Mr. Wong. I am appreciative that we had Caltrans here to provide the context of the situation and what is taking place. This past week, I had the opportunity to visit the businesses along the corridor, the construction corridor, along with my partner in Brawley, Mr. Ramiro Urias, who accompanied me. And, you know, I've been in the chamber world for the past 10 years in different roles, and also as a small business advocate with the Small Business Development Center. And it was an interesting dialogue that we had with businesses, because I don't think we've ever had a conversation where there was multiple conversations with the business owners where there was a resounding undertone of defeatedness. They were defeated. Why? Because they just came out of a 2-year pandemic where their businesses have been closed, and now they're facing the hardship of not having open access to their business. It was a little bit heartbreaking, to be honest with you. So what did our conversations yield? I want to share with you some of the numbers that we were able to extract from our conversation. And really the simple fact is that these businesses are not just getting by. They're not getting by. This is a struggle. This is a real struggle. Since construction started, some are finding that they are now operating at a loss, and a few are operating in the red, which, as you know, can be two different things. But the food service establishments reported that they have lost 75 to 90% of their business because of the construction taking place. We did hear from Mr. Hernandez today with reference to Asadero neighborhood, where they literally had their whole business blocked by K-rail, by the concrete rail. One of the concrete blocks was moved, and they have now the orange bins, I don't know the proper lingo, but the orange bins where the railing was. So did we really solve any problems there? No, but we know there has to be safety for the construction project. So 75 to 90% of their businesses for the food service establishments is gone. You know, just imagine you reopened after COVID, you're just trying to get back on track, and then again you have to close and you lose 75 to 90% of your business. The essential retail goods business, like the grocery store there, reported 30 to 40% drop in business since construction started, and it was most impacted during the holidays because that was their busiest time, so they didn't have as much customers coming through. Retail and service combo businesses, where they have a storefront and a warehouse, small warehouse attached to the business, they also reported losing 70 to 90% because they don't have the walking traffic. They don't have folks that are walking by. They don't have folks that are able to pull up, get out, and go in. These are quick stops. These are not, you know, this is more like, I'm going to go, you know, for like furniture, for example, I'm going to go through all the furniture stores, which actually my husband and I just did. We came out, we went to all the furniture stores, but we didn't stop at this particular one because there's no access. Many folks are also bypassing it because there's no access. In some instances, the store owner has to pay for off-site parking for their trucks because they can't park in front of the business. So when they need to load up the truck to make a delivery, they have to go out, get the truck, and come back. So that's paying for parking and the cost of time to do that additional work. The gas station reported losing 70% of its business because of you know, the impact of the access. And then there is a car lot that's situated sort of tucked in behind the gas station there. They've also reported difficult time with limited access, so currently they have no cars on site and they're not operating from that location right now. So through our conversation and by our estimates, these businesses are not going to be able to sustain. If we heard 3 to 4 months just to get a contractor, imagine now we're going to go 6 to 9 months to get the project completed. That's not going to cut it for these businesses. So what can we do? Because this just fell into our lap. It's not your fault. It's not Caltrans' fault. It fell into our lap. There's resources for these businesses. Caltrans has connected, at least we know for sure, with one of the businesses. One of the businesses reported that Caltrans connected with them, provided them a link two claims. The other businesses had no idea what we were talking about when we brought it up. So we're going to reach out to them. We want to give them information, share with them what we heard tonight. But beyond that, we want a commitment from the city with Caltrans. We'll address this separately. But we want a commitment to have a meeting where we can sit down and identify what economic relief is available for these businesses and how can we walk them through the process. Does that mean that the city has a CDBG funds? Does it mean the county has a community development grants? Does it mean that the Small Business Development Center can hold their hand through a process? We just need to sit down and put a game plan together to make sure that 6 months from now, we're not looking at a whole street of vacant properties and job loss in Calexico. So I'm really here just to let you know that the situation is much, much more dire than we originally anticipated. And we need to jump into action now or we're going to see a huge fallout along this corridor. Thank you.
Can we give direction to schedule that meeting next week?
I'm sorry?
Can we give direction to schedule that meeting for next
We
week?
could, yeah, I mean.
Do you want to
yeah,
meet with all of us, like 2 by 2, with the city manager? Who do you want to meet?
Yeah,
what would be more effective?
I'll have those meetings scheduled for you guys.
Okay, excellent. Just work with them to get that scheduled in, please. Gracias.
I know Giselle Mendoza with the DC. She's very active with that population. She'd certainly help us out. Thank you.
Thank you for your service.
Maricela Garcia? Did she leave?
Otra vez.
She already public comment? Oh, she got another?
Yeah, she got another one.
She might have put 2.
Okay. Aden Diaz?
Good evening.
Good evening.
Hello to the council members and everybody. Could you pass this? No. My name is Alan Diaz. I'm currently employed in Calexico High School. I'm the head coach for the swim team for them. And I've been talking with some of the students and some of the parents. And they've been wanting me to start a summer swim team. Now, we currently have 12 lifeguards, myself included, who are really ready and willing to start working in the summer for our community, and it'd be great if we could have you guys help us as well. Now, in the papers I gave you guys, it says that we haven't had a summer swim team for 13 years. Now, we have the staff for it. I'm just waiting so we can start in the summer. And all I'm asking is just any help for funding, just for the kids that don't have the money themselves for the equipment, meaning goggles, basic stuff, just so that nobody's left excluded. You have my information there. I don't know if you have any questions for me or concerns. My contact info is on the paper in case you want to ask me anything, or if you want to talk in further detail.
You know, well, we don't have a community pool. We share pool with the school district, but this is a good project. I think maybe the recreation department with stakeholders in the community, maybe a recreation department, actually the recreation commission can spearhead a meeting and invite all the stakeholders in the community and brainstorm how you can get that pulled through, and we can certainly facilitate that with Ms. Romo here. But yeah, the recreation commission is for that purpose. So you can approach that, and they'll pull all those community members, stakeholders, partners, and then you can formulate your plan.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a good thing, because we haven't had those like 15 years ago, those Dolphin Club. Would you want to do that, Mr. Bromo, to help out with that, with the Recreation Commission? Norma, did you hear what you're saying? Yeah, it's a Recreation Commission, right? Because that's what they're for. They're for that reason. Do the strike project, yeah. And I can speak to you later on if you want to, more on that.
I think we have to move on to the next
Yeah.
item.
Yeah, I'll make
Next
sure
item.
that I share this information with Recreation.
Okay.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you.
Okay, we do have 3 public comments, but those are for agenda items. Mr. Kim, do you have number 15? You're gonna speak on that when we get to the item? Number 16 and 19 for Dylan Castillo, right? Okay. Or 16 and 15?
Okay,
All right. Oh, 15 and 16 or just 16?
Both of them.
Oh, both? Okay. Yeah, and then we have one for, right? As well, number 15?
Oh, yeah.
We haven't gotten to that.
No, you haven't got that, okay. All right. Okay, city manager's report? And public comments, okay.
I have an item and it actually crosses over several agenda items, but, so I'm going to go ahead and read it under public comments.
Can we speak up
Good
just a little bit? Speak up just a little bit.
Good evening, Lorena Minor Montes, representing CMEA. I was born in Calexico, raised in Calexico, live in Calexico, work for Calexico, and most importantly, pay property taxes in Calexico. How many of you up there relate? I have a passion for this city. I love my city. This is my city. I recently volunteered for the county as a commissioner. Yes, volunteered. Did not get paid. On the contrary, I used some vacation time from travel to the county office and other cities as it was redistricting commission. That was my giving back to the community. The county, as other neighboring cities, do not pay for commission. Why do Calexico? Now, if you, the council, are itching to give away the city's money just because you see some fat now, you should not want to starve the budget for the future. Just last meeting, you were told we only have 1 month on reserve, but you continue to hand out money and want to give commissions as candy on Halloween. As for you all to go to the galas where the cost is $500 to $1,000 and send yourselves to Vegas trips, let me give you some ideas where to use the money. Bring back the Employee of the Month recognition program. CMEA currently has 8 labor part-time positions that can be brought into full-time positions. The city's phone system can be updated. Code enforcement, housing, building inspector, and engineer tech can use the new city vehicles. You want to freely give money when the use of insurance money the city gives you, the similar insurance my member receives, but our memberships pays premiums of which you, the council, do not pay a dime. I recommend you don't pay the commissioners. This is a way for the community to give back.
Who was this from, for the record? Oh, okay.
That's it? Yes, sir. Thank you. Manager report.
Okay, this week I had the honor to meet with the veterans of foreign wars in our office, talking about the memorial event that they have scheduled and to see what we can do to collaborate with them to make the event successful. We spoke about the memorial that we have here outside, about the conditions, the repairs that need to be done. We're already working on some of those. And they also wanted us to highlight that it is on May 30th at the cemetery. If you want to volunteer to help clean up the headstones and just clean up the area, you can be there at 6 o'clock to help volunteer, and that goes out to the whole public as well. They're looking for volunteers, so if you want to volunteer, you could give them a call, and I can share the number with you guys if you need it. The other thing is the actual ceremony starts at 10 o'clock. So if you can't, for whatever reason, not make it for the volunteer cleanup, 10 o'clock is the event. It would be a big honor. Also met with and had discussions with the Port of Entry on the downtown Port of Entry project. That's looking good. They brought us some stats, and I knew they were high, but I didn't know they were this high. So one of the stats that they mentioned that we have 4 million northbound travelers in 1 year, and then we have 4.8 million travelers that are on pedestrian. So those numbers are obviously very high. The Phase A, which is the vehicle project, the Phase 2A is the vehicular project. We're shooting for the winter of 2023, and that's including new southbound lanes as well as some northbound lanes. So we're looking forward to that project. The downtown Port of Entry pedestrian project is also being worked on. We do have a couple of stuff that we got to work with the Port of Entry, and we'll make sure we get those handled. I was able to meet with the Calexico Chamber for Greater Calexico this week. We had very good conversations, and I will be reaching out to our Public Works staff to see if we can help them with some of the items that they have on here. Last but not least, I'd like to make a announcement that we have. Obviously, we know that City of Calexico is short on staff, and we're getting by with part-time employees, people doing volunteers services, and doing some internships. And those are big helps to the city, right? These we feel them, we need them, we appreciate them. And we have one that I'd like to just mention up here, and hopefully in the future, if we have others, I'll do the same for them. We have Kayleen Aguirre. She is here. She has already finished her 2 months of internship. She is an IVC student, and she is studying urban and planning. She was selected and accepted to San Diego State for the urban planning course. So I just want to take the moment to say thank you, Kayleen. I appreciate, and she's here, what you do and what you did for us. I hope you leave with knowledge. I hope you leave with resources. And in your future endeavors, if you need something, please feel free to call us if we can help you with whatever. So I just wanted to say thank you. And those are my comments.
Yes.
And that's it.
Thank you. City Council comments and reports for meetings attended. Who wants to go first? You want? Okay.
Okay. This weekend, I attended an event that was sponsored by the Fit and Healthy organization. They brought down the yoga instructor from Mexico City. It was a very, very well-attended event. It was done in Buckland Park in El Centro. Though, you know, the Fit and Healthy organization is here in Calexico. But anyways, it was, like I said, it was a very good event. Alejandro Maldonado gave a wonderful yoga class. That's all I could take. Thank you.
Sure. Also, last week I had the pleasure to attend that commencement ceremony for San Diego State University, IB campus. So it was really good to see that finally we went back to the traditional the ceremony and just seeing people accomplish their educational goals. People who were getting their masters. I think there were like three people that got their masters, and a few people that got their teaching credentials. So you know, it was really, really nice. And kudos to all the graduates. And I know coming up will be IBC, and kudos to them also. Then also on Saturday, I know Mr. Gonzalez already left, but you know, I had a chance to go with Mr. Gonzalez, and actually I didn't do yoga, but I did a lot of walking. You know, we went to clean up, you know, pick up trash, you know, voluntarily along 111, from you know, McCabe all the way to the IA bridge. So we did it in both directions. So we were able to pick up a lot of trash. Mr. Pacheco was there also, so we kind of like, it was a reunion again of the three of us. So that was good. And then after that, we had an opportunity to come down and actually go out and do the walk audit for the Rockwood rollout. So before I forget, if we can get a presentation, Lily, I know there's information on the website about what that project will be and will mean for Calexico. I know I don't want to take a lot of time, but this is something exciting that could be a potential spark to revitalize downtown, or at least to get an idea as to how we can bring some life to downtown. A pilot program, again, very few times we have a chance to do a trial and error type of thing, but this is a good opportunity for that, where people will have access to bike, to walk. I think we have been advocating every time about, having access for those activities, and that our city becomes more bike and walk friendly. So this will be a perfect opportunity, but we do need your, feedback as to how would you like to see in that project that will be funded. It will be there for 6 months, for the people to see and enjoy and provide feedback. So I invite you to visit, the website, our city's website, and then in the future, hopefully next meeting, and we'll get to that. We can just do a presentation maybe for people, for the community to see. So that's my report.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, first of all, Mayor, I would like to ask you and the Cabildo for your support to discuss and put in action our possible economic participation with the Calexico Unified School District, so that the pool opens as soon as possible, please, to our community in general. It's very important, Mayor, and all city councils. I attended 2 important events in Calexico for Mother's Day. I thank Mr. Tadeo Contreras and Ms. Margaret Sousa. And thank you also to staff of the city of Calexico for supporting and everything necessary, and especially la señora Fonseca and Lisa. Thank you so much, porque de veras que se portaron muy bien y a la altura y apoyaron a mucha gente para que se hicieran estos eventos. Thank you so much. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Durango.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wasn't going to make much of a comment because we have a very important agenda item on the budget, but I'll take a little bit of my council time to respond to Ms. Minor's public comment, because this is not the first one. She's made similar comments in person before, and it's not so much for the offensiveness of the comment, but it's casi vergüenza ajena, porque if anybody knows, I care so deeply about the 100 employees that we are underpaying, that we prevent from getting their full-time status, that we prevent from getting health care, that do the most essential work for this city. I have been one of the biggest advocates for them, and I dare say I have been a better advocate than the membership representative, Ms. Minor, for those people. So it's offensive when she comes out here to say that we shouldn't pay commissioners $50 so that they could do their work, that council people should not get their very small stipend and medical insurance in case they need to see a psychiatrist from being up here, or as you can see, I have multiple back problems, so you can see me cracking at every single council meeting, just to come out here and do work for the citizenry and the citizens that themselves who volunteer to be commissioners. Those, us, them, we're part of the solution. We might not be full-time employees, we might not even be classified as employees, but they are just as valuable, and there is no value in putting them against each other. That is not advocacy. And as far as the Las Vegas conference that we're going to apply for, or that we want to go to, it's the first time that we go to one of the biggest conferences for investors in the country. There are investors that are very interested in Imperial County that are very interested in the border region. This conference is how we're going to pay for all the things that Ms. Minor lists. This is all work. And so to start picking at $50 or community participation as a way to make some employees full-time, that's not the way to do it. I ask and I request if you're gonna come up here to make a public comment and tell us how to do our job, at least give us some good budgetary recommendations, or otherwise, just let us work. Porque de todo corazón te digo, señora Minor, y si me escuchas allá en el cielo, del Zoom, del Facebook, though everybody knows, and you can see the council videos, the membership that Ms. Minor represents is the membership that I have most advocated for, because they are the most affected. They were the most affected during COVID, and I wish they had a more serious representative so that they could get their bargaining goals achieved. And that's all I will say, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Araña. Just briefly, I also attend some of those functions that my cohorts here attended. But most importantly, I want to say I have a state of city address that I've been working for the last couple of days with a production company. So we're going around town, different departments. We're going to put together a nice video for my state city address. That's going to be on Thursday, June the 16th at 6 p.m. at the San Diego State University Rodney Auditorium. So the community is welcome. It's open to the public, obviously, and that's where we're going to justify everything done for the last year. And support, obviously, of my council members here as well. That's all I have.
What time? What time? June 16th?
It's on 6 o'clock. Next item is consent agenda. All matters listed under the consent calendar are to be considered routine by the City Council, Community Development Agency, Successor Agency, or Calexico Financing Authority, and will be enacted by one motion in the form listed. Any item may be removed from the consent calendar and considered separately by the City Council.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I would like to pull number 15.
15?
Yes. For discussion.
Okay, any other one? Just 15? Okay. Need a motion to approve consent agenda?
Motion to
So
approve.
moved.
It said 15, no?
Yeah, so moved. Second by Ms. Garcia. All those in favor, aye?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, motion carried.
Number 15, right?
So we have the item pulled from consent agenda for discussion, which is 15.
Sure.
My question is, do we go to public comments first, or you want to discuss first? Because we do have some public comments.
Then I would take the public comment at this point.
Okay. All right. So we do have Mr. Kim.
This one's kind of short. I'm not criticizing you guys. This one, when I was council, after new council came in, they were questioning about the people. One person has several positions taking for the commissioners. So that time we changed the ordinance to one person can only hold one commission. But since then, all the council members having trouble to fill all the positions they needed, because community activities are limited. A good person or not, very limited person they are involving in the business of the city. And from there, we're eliminating them, so we have trouble to nominating them to position. Today, I saw a lot of position, you guys keep having trouble. So I suggested at least 2 positions they can holding it, so we can we are completing the position they needed, so they can have a meeting. For example, Major H, I believe, I heard you guys having trouble to recruiting members, and I saw some of the budget. So I believe that you guys didn't have a Major H commission meeting, and that you guys spend money, Major H money. It should not. It's by the law. They have to go through the committee. So you got, I think it's my suggestion, at least the double position, they can have it, so that way you can fill the person, and the person who wants to working for the community, they're welcome for them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kim. Next item is a discussion and potential, I'm sorry, is there anybody else?
No, it's actually number 15. Yes.
You're going to talk about it?
Yes.
Okay, sorry about that. Okay.
So on this, it's back, and I hear that the sentiment and, you know, the fact that, you know, there should be some compensation, right? But and we don't have to do what other cities do, but we'll just do a research. None of our cities around this area pay their commissioners. In fact, you know, I talked to people from Holtville, they don't pay them. I talked to people in Imperial, they don't pay them. Brawley, they don't pay them. The Central, they don't pay them. In fact, they said that it's an honor for them to be asked to serve. So, and again, we don't have to do that. You know, that's not the measuring stick, but it's just for reference. Then also, you know, our finances are not the greatest right now. In our last, or most recent meeting previous to this one, it was said that, you know, this money or this stipend will come out of each department's budget. And that was the language or the discussion that was considered. But I would ask, and Norma's here, I'm not gonna put you on the spot, but is the rec department able to absorb this cost?
Good evening. So that you make an informative decision, for recreation, it would be 350 because we have 7 members and not 5. Now, at some point, you guys have seen me present to you what the needs are in terms of recreation and arts. And we are very, very limited right now. All departments got a cut, about 25%, but you need to remember we got 75% cut, recreation did. So we are doing services, promoting programs and services with a 25% of what we used to have. So saying that, each meeting will equal to 2 weeks of senior aerobics, plus 1 week of yoga classes, plus 1 week of karate. That's 1 meeting. Now, what does that equal for arts? For arts, my arts commission would be 250 per meeting. What does that equal to? 1 week of guitar classes, plus 1 week of piano classes, plus 1 week of ballet classes, plus 1 class of senior folkloric dance. That is 1 meeting. So just so that you know what is it that you guys are voting for, and if you vote yes on that, then you know what it's costing the community at large.
No, so one clarification, Mayor. Under the fiscal impact, the account number reference there, and
let me get to that.
Staff.
I'll
Okay.
do that, Carlos. So that was the direction that was, or the discussion that was had at the first meeting, that this money would come from every department's budget. Okay. So then later on, and thank you, Norma. Then I see that in the backup, now there's an account number that is actually for memberships. So when I ask about the balance in that account on memberships, I was told that there is $0 in there. So where are we going to pay this money from? You know, there is no money in that account. And yes, we can make a budget amendment. We can do that. But I just want to make sure, and regardless of how this goes, but I just want to make sure that whatever discussions we had, and then later on we come back with, an account, we come back with, trying to find money. And again, I'm not against it. I was just, from the beginning I was asking, look, let's start this on the new fiscal year. Let's plan this out. Let's put a line item on the budget where we put money in there to pay for all the commissioners, including the planning. Because the planning comes from planning. So the planning's budget. So maybe we can include that also. And let's free up some of those funds for planning. I know they can use them. All the departments can use it. So that's what I'm proposing. At least to create a budget item that is just for that. It's not against, it's just that we need to plan better.
My question is this too. I agree with you, Mr. Garcia, and definitely we do need to find the funding, the money to be able to give the stipend. But and yeah, it's true. There is community volunteer, but at the same time, if I'm seeing that planning commissioners are getting $100 a meeting, sometimes they hold 2 meetings. Isn't that right? They're getting $200. I don't think it's fair for one commission, and the other one's not getting anything either. So that's my argument. But again, if we could find the funding, I think that's something we need to work on, and not have it not come out of the department, because as it is, they're hurting. Then I'm totally in agree with that.
So,
Mr. Mayor, if I may just politely disagree. Norma, how many meetings do you have per year?
yeah.
Given the new resolution you guys want to have, it would be 4 meetings a year, and that is not including special meetings. If you guys decide on adding it into the 22-23 budget, I would strongly recommend that you guys do not plan only for 4 meetings, to plan probably an extra 1 or 2 in case there's any special meetings. Again, just because programs and services do get impacted.
So around 4, maybe 6 meetings, maybe 7.
That is if it's changed to quarterly meetings. If it would be monthly meetings, then it would be more.
It would be more? Okay, sounds good. So it sounds, even with 12 meetings, it sounds like it's like $3,000. So the same advice I would caution the council as well as the director and her comments. Let's not put ourselves against each other. This has a very, very easy fix. Secondly, let's not put the recreation department against the commissioners. Why? Because these are such minuscule amounts. I would know where to pull the $3,000 that you need to fund this just by looking at item number 16. And maybe if we have the courage to do it, we will fund your department. And I think we should have the courage to just fund her department. Obviously, we've picked on her department because previous councils have thought that her department is not as essential as the other departments. So if that is really a problem, when we come to item number 16, we will fund her department as we should and treat her with respect. That being said, there's no need to wait for the next fiscal year. These are such minuscule amounts. I remember there was a mayor that spent $8,000 on a State of the City address. We're about to make a transfer of $210,000 just because we didn't know that we couldn't spend a certain amount of funds from the impact fee, so now we got to take it out of ARPA. We're talking about $3,000 max. That's if you have 12 meetings. You're probably going to have 4 or 6, maybe it's like 1,200. It is heartbreaking that we can't say, oh, mira, we're about to make almost $500,000 movements, and to say, well, what if we give $5,000 to the recreation department? So instead of putting us against each other, let's make the serious budgetary decision to fund her department.
And if I may say, I'm not putting against each other. I'm just bringing this to discussion, because if we would have gone just with a, consent, vote, this wouldn't have, this discussion wouldn't have taken place. Now, because of this discussion, we're finding ways, and those are the decisions that we have to make. This is not against each other. This is not about quoting or bringing back the expenditures that were done in the past. This is about how do we move forward responsibly. Yes, it's a minuscule amount, maybe on the budget of numbers, but for people that do the job, that provide the services, $200, $250 is significant. You know, when we hear that they're struggling to buy supplies such as crayons for the kids to have activities at the library, to buy basic things at the rec or any other department, you know, public works, what's the budget that you get for you know, supplies to fix things around the parks? We always complain that, you know, and not deviating for that from this, but you know, minuscule as we say is significant. So to me, when you tell me that you have $10,000 to buy parts to fix things that happen at the parks, that's a joke. You know, that's why we see a lot of water spilling all over the sidewalks, because that's what we put in that budget, Raul. So it's not going against each other, right? It's just having the discussion as you always mention. So you know what, we need to have this dialogue, and that's what I wanted to do, having this dialogue and finding ways to address and put money and make sure that there is no impact to anyone.
So I think now we're on the same page then. We're definitely on the same page. My point was mainly we didn't have to wait for a budget report. I mean, just as an example, I think it was about 1 month or 2 months that I requested a budget amendment for some certain planning commissions. The request on that minuscule request on our current understaffed finance department, it would have taken at least 2 months. And we need to fill commissioners now. So now that we're on the same page, when we come to item number 16, I want to see us not just rubber stamp this budget, but be very critical, and let's even set ourselves a goal to get Norma minimum $2,000.
And
so she
everybody
can buy
else,
crayons.
and everybody else.
And everyone else, of course.
Because
You know,
I wanna
library.
make sure that Public Works, you know, parks especially, gets all of that. So let's not forget about, you know, or even for staff to buy supplies, something as simple as pants.
Yeah, so let's stop rubber stamping budgets and let's have them speak while they're in front of us. ¿Qué ocupan? Y a ver qué podemos sacar de aquí.
Yeah, thank
you. Sí, de acuerdo.
And for clarification, and I mean, what I'm hearing from council is to fund the cost to the different departments that handle the committees, but then to look at allocating additional funds to those departments.
Yeah, of course.
Wait, what money?
We're about to spend $210,000 on police vehicles. We can, you know. Mira, chiquitos.
So we need a motion on this? Okay,
Yes,
so
we need a
what's-
motion to approve.
Motion to approve, second by Romo. Okay, all those in favor? Aye?
Aye.
Not until we identify that, at least I won't vote until we identify where and how much and where is this money gonna come from.
Okay.
So maybe until we went to number 16.
All right, so we're
abstention.
We're voted already for 1. I mean, he said no.
Yeah,
We also said
abstention,
yes.
yeah.
Yeah.
So motion carried, passed, 4. Okay, so now we're in discussion potential action. And we have Mr. Dilan, you wanted to go first on this item? For public comments?
What I was gonna say is actually pertinent a bit to the information, so I wanted to see the information that was gonna be presented and then.
Oh, okay. And also we have 2, 19 as well.
Correct.
All right, so item number 16? recess? No? Okay.
Hey, Mayor, could we take a 5-minute break?
Yes, let's take 5-minute recess. Come to order, please. We're getting started. You're ready, yes.
Thank you. Good evening, council, staff, and public. My objective this evening is to present to you our third quarter report. Gabby, can you please? As we normally bring to your attention, on a quarterly basis to consider a resolution to amend the budget to meet the requirements brought to our attention and be in the compliance with our audits and state regulations. The second one is to give you a look ahead of how the budget development calendar for 2022-23 is. On this slide, you can see there's a year-to-date citywide expenditures. We have completed the third quarter on track with its annual expenditure budget plan. General fund has expended 71% of its budget through March 2022. However, certain operating lines are being proposed for adjustment and will be discussed shortly. As you may also see, other program expenditures outside of general fund are largely dependent upon the timing of capital projects. These are long-term projects, as you may view. Gabby, can you? The general fund spending department, this slide right here shows you by departments how the expenditures have occurred. As you may see on this graph, you may see that all departments are within the threshold of where we need to be at this time of our fiscal year. The general fund revenues show continued rebound. As you may see on this slide, the year-to-date revenues show continued improvements and provide a basis for increasing the annual general fund revenue projections at this time by $671,000. The most significant revenue increase is with sales tax, both the general fund and Measure H. This graph shows the general fund revenue expenditures within several fiscal years that we've seen. As you may see, the trend we've had for several fiscal years and how for the past 4 fiscal years we've had healthy revenue to expenditure comparison, leaving a $2 million fund balance reserve, which is for 45 days of operations of the city. As I have been mentioning, you can see that the revenue has gone up to date with a good trend. The improved revenue sources show that the city continues to improve its revenue base as the community emerges from the COVID period. As mentioned, the most significant revenue increases is with the sales tax general fund and Measure H. However, there are some revenue line items below budget, and these projections have been reduced accordingly. For example, their business license, we have not had as many vendors coming in to buy their business, to get their business license, so we had to drop that one as 30,000.
And as you may see, the franchise fees, 100,000. And as others, the planning and building program permits, fees, 70,000. But we also have had really good ones. For example, the sales tax, which is 530,000, that has gone up. The residual tax increment for 35,000. The state vehicle license fees has gone up to for 45,000, as you may see. Part of the amendment is Measure H funds, which is a surplus revenue that exceeded original budgeted amount, be transferred to the general fund to build, maintain fund balance reserves. I do acknowledge that we have not met with the Measure H committee for some time, and that has been because of the Brown Act training and also because of the COVID period that we were off. But I have verified with the city clerk, and we currently have 2 senior commissioners that can assist the 2 new commissioners, and we do currently have 1 vacant spot on that committee. And if time permits, I recommend that we have a special meeting with Measure H to propose to them our budget for next fiscal year. Another of the amendments is the general fund expenditures. Gabby, can you please? Through the third quarter, most program departments have operated with approved appropriations, as mentioned. However, several budget amendments are being proposed to address employee MOU negotiations and other unexpected overages as listed on the slide here. Also, due to staff vacancies, the allowance for vacancy savings has increased, and a surplus is proposed for the transfer to local capital fund to fund the police vehicle replacements that was purchased through the impact fees, and that way this general fund can absorb the cost. For the ARPA budget, on 2021-22 budget amendment of $8.5 million is proposed to implement the balance of the American Rescue Plan Act spending plan authorized by the City Council on March 16, 2022. Since that time, a previously authorized city capital project for the fire station 1 improvements have been identified with shortfalls and anticipated funding sources that are recommended for City Council to consider of reallocating a portion of its ARPA allocation. Funds from the emergency response equipment ambulance to use for those 200,000 that we have a shortfall to cover that expense. We are currently behind on our budget schedule, but with administration and finance team, I am confident we can get back on track and have our budget hearings and proposed budget beginning of June. And I would like to take this time right now to thank council members and also the staff and our department managers, because they've been very cooperative, being that the finance team is short 3 key positions, and they've all volunteered, they all helped me. My staff, even though there are accounting assistant 1 positions, they've pulled up and they've been helping me with all this that we've been having to do. And if that's all, I will close my presentation with this, and if you have any questions or comments.
I do, but are you going to allow public comments first?
Yeah,
or?
we're going to get to that. Mr. Delan, you want to speak on? Yes.
Can we get the lights on real quick?
Good evening, Mayor, council members, members of the public.
My name is Dylan Castillo, and I'm here today to represent Imperial Valley Equity and Justice Coalition. However, I also serve as a planning commissioner for the city of Calexico.
Mr. Castillo, I'm sorry, could you just speak into the microphone? Just, you know, no se escucha muy bien. I'm sorry.
My name is Dylan Castillo, and I'm here with the Imperial Valley Equity and Justice Coalition, and I also serve as a Calexico City planning commissioner. I'm here to speak about item number 16, and mind you, when I was writing this was all done before the presentation, so there is some confusion here. You know, I'm coming here to ask questions to kind of get clarity. So I will continue. So as you know, ARPA funds need to address the impact of COVID-19 and do so with broad community input. Reallocating $110,000 is a policy determination that should be done with transparency. We do not know what specific allocations these savings are coming from, or from where these uses are taken away from the future. This could be achieved if our city posted information on our city websites or provided more accessible means of gaining this information. Just really quickly on the offsite is, in regards to ARPA, you cannot find anything regarding ARPA on our city website, and so that has been a persistent kind of obstacle in regards to getting information for ARPA. Additionally, we bring attention to the proposed transfer of the vacancy surplus to the local capital fund to reinvest in police vehicles. It is interesting that the city spent $1 million on ARPA funds to provide a bonus pay for city employees of $1.2 million for emergency vehicles, yet we are transferring these savings to purchase more emergency vehicles. What happened to the proposed $1.2 million? We could be using these resources to fund a grant writer or to increase our outreach capacity so that our community members, nonprofits, and small businesses can access the billions of dollars being provided at the state and federal level. We're losing on a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to draw down these resources. The governor just proposed a $175 million for Title 43 and other emergent issues in the border. But we're missing that conversation simply because we have to spend valuable, limited resources ensuring our elected officials are being transparent. We call on the city to engage in a more transparent process, to work with community members, to implement the usage of ARPA funds as they were intended. Let's deliver on the promise that we made to the people of our great city. And that is it for this comment. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you. Good. No, let me see.
Oh yeah, that's true.
What I have is Mr. Kim.
It got switched to 16, yeah.
Yep, Mario, there you are. Go ahead.
Thank you for giving me a chance again. And first of all, overall, this quarterly report, it shows you guys talking about the item 15 of the money, house spending. We have a lot of the negative budget in here. And we have to cover for the, what's called the major H money. Major H money supposedly spent only safety and the park, recreation. That's it. And you guys are using that one for the cover the other areas. So you guys not doing job right and then try to pay the commissions for the volunteer position? No wonder Calexico is gonna going down every year. We don't know how to spending our money for the benefits of the community. Not each individual's benefit, $100 or $50, whatever. We are not the welfare community, welfare cities. We should not welfare the people who are serving communities benefit. And here it's showing all those things. And also, some of the council members fighting for what's called the essential employees. We, city of Calexico doesn't have power or doesn't have an ability to guidance who is what's called the essential employees or not. We suppose lead by the state regulations, state guidance. We supposed to go there. Of course, city employees, they've been doing that's a really real as a government employees, part of the real essential employees. we had opened the cities to city employees. It's jeopardizing their health to keep the city going on. And also, as we spend a lot of money other place, and there was called the outreach specialist. I don't know who is the outreach specialist. I wish somebody doesn't get the job for that because of someone's summons. That money supposed to spend money. Our money supposed to spend money for the safety and our cities. And also, the Council Member Raul Renia was criticizing police vehicle. That police vehicle, I agree we should not spend money police vehicle. We have another way. We have, I think it's Mr. Moreno was police officers. We call this confiscate funds. We send the DEA, we send the ICs. So we spending, let's say $100,000 for the police officers, but we get about $500,000. When I was coming to Calexico, the city council, city of Calexico usually receiving $1 million every year. So confiscated money. So we're not doing right. We're supposed to hire more, for example, like the administration money, hire the police officers, we assign them to IC or DA. So we make a lot more money than we put the money in there. And we're not doing it. So I'm seeing in this budget, I'm not going to go all the details. We are not doing right financial practice. We could save a lot more money. We could invest that money for the sustainable the budget. We're supposed to do it. I know some more. I know you guys not the background from the business, but it's for the business matter. We are throwing the money, and even we spending money. We're supposed to not spend it. We have the other way to spend it, but we're doing it. So please be careful, our council members, to just keep throwing the money away. Several times we cutting our future revenue little by little. So we're gonna get the more trouble for the next budget. Because why? Because we keep cutting our possible revenue for the future. So please, you're not there for your personal feeling. You're not there with your personal goals. Your job is make the progressing our cities to provide enough or to what community needs service. You guys are jeopardizing our citizens' safety.
Okay, Mr. Kim, time is up.
So,
Thank you.
I'm wrapping up. Please, to spend or planning for the focusing on the individual citizens, the benefit. You see the downtown, so many stores broken. And last year, I got 2 times in 3 days, 2 times broken my window stores. So please, again, your job is for the community, for the citizens, not for the entity, not for the personal goals. Thank you.
Gracias.
Anyone else?
Yeah. Yeah. Sandy,
Someone left their phone and mask here.
Mr. Kim,
Mr. Kim,
your
did you leave
phone?
your phone?
Your cell phone?
Sorry.
No, it's
so I do have a couple of questions, and it's going back to the general fund revenue update. So, excuse me, we see that business license, it's we're down $30,000, right? And before I start, but thank you to you and the staff for putting this together. Now, I remember that when we were going through COVID, we were trying to find out which businesses were still open or we're going to reopen. So do we know out of this $30,000 from business licenses that were not renewed or that we haven't collected, do we know how many of these were from businesses that didn't open? Do we have an updated list of business licenses or businesses that were open before COVID, and now how many did we lost? We used to get an update. So I'm interested in finding out, because that is going to be critical also in projecting in our budget, and not just on the business licenses, but also, I think we had Miss Katie Luna talking about businesses and where they find themselves right now. So as a council and as a entity that has committees that have to work with that, we need to make sure that we have the basics of information and data available for those committees, for those individuals. And I know Councilman Hernandez is alluding to a future item that is going to come up on the agenda, that type of data is going to be key. So do you have an updated list of businesses?
I don't recall, I don't have the numbers with me, but there is a list that the revenue officer creates every month.
Okay.
And she disperses to the departments, so I can bring that to you.
Yeah,
and
so
give you the
that
numbers.
would be helpful.
And I just want to mention on that one, we did have several commercials that came up to us that they were closed during the pandemic and are starting to come back.
Okay.
And yes, and for those we have been, because they would, they asked us if we can have extensions for their, and we have been trying to collaborate with those businesses as well.
Okay, so that's on that. And then and maybe it's you and Lisa also, on the planning and building program fees. I know that we have also $70,000 on that we don't have, that I don't want to say that we lost, but we didn't maybe even brought in as a revenue. I know that Lisa has been in staff, and everyone has been very proactive in coming up with ideas that, and not just ideas, but strategies that will help us bring more investment. So I know that those strategies have to come to fruition and have to bear fruit also. But we just need to identify, and there's some key areas where we need to invest. I know that this might sound contradictory to what I have been saying about saving, but then also we need to invest. And we need to make sure that we identify key areas where they're going to allow us to make sure that we keep the revenue coming in. So, which, is a good segue to something that you said also, bringing as soon as possible the Measure H committee to make sure that, they help us out with this money. And on top of that, what I would like to see is that we also bring the Business and Finance Committee also, because, we need to make sure that they get engaged in that conversation as we work on our budget. I remember that in previous years, when I was a member of that committee, we used to get that information after the fact. And I think that if we want to get the feedback from the community, the transparency, it has to happen before we adopt, as council, before we adopt any budgets or any expenditures or projections or whatever that might be. We need to make sure that we engage the community. So I know I'm going to keep on looking at this numbers and figures, and I will follow up offline just for essence of time. But thank you.
You're welcome.
I just want to highlight one thing real quick on, it has been our goal for the last week or so, working, and maybe even longer, working on these commissions, right? And we prioritize them. We did a triage on which ones were super important. We're working on getting a meeting set up for the bid, hopefully next week. And we're also doing the same thing with the Measure H committee. So I just want to make sure that I highlight those are very important. And as I'm sitting over here, or for the time that I'm sitting here, I am trying to make sure that we are doing everything appropriately, that we're doing things the right way. And in order for this to happen, we do need those two commissions to provide input. So just let you know that it is a priority on our part, and we're working on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Fire Chief. Mr. Mayor, may I ask some questions? Muchas gracias, Mayor Pro Tem Garcia. Noted. I do have about 5 to 6 questions on the budget. A lot of them are just for a matter of transparency. So just before I even begin my questions, they're going to be very critical questions, but this is not personal. This is not about Sandy, the interim finance director. This is not about Fire Chief. If anything, what I'm about to ask is about the way we've been doing things for the last 10, 20 years. And this is the moment right now to thoroughly discuss this because, quite frankly, there are a lot of problems with this proposed budget. And I think when we dialogue, I think we'll come to some good solutions that will resolve a lot of headaches for our directors. So the first question is, when we're talking about the third quarter, what period is this? What period of time are we talking about?
It's from July to March.
July
2021 to March 2022.
July to March 22. And specifically, it's a reflection of December to March? Just the third quarter itself?
The third quarter,
Is December
But, yeah, but I mean, the numbers keep carrying on from July all the way to March.
Excellent, yeah. A year to date.
Yes.
So the first thing is I want to focus on the good news. On the general fund and our revenues for sales tax, I've been eagerly waiting this particular report just to see how much sales tax we were going to make. Just to be very clear, what's listed here, $530,000, more than $500,000 in adjustments, positive. That means that we made more than $500,000 than what was projected.
Correct.
For those 3 months, or for the whole year?
For the full year.
For the full year. That's excellent. That is great news. That's a reflection of the border opening. That's a reflection of our efforts. And that's a city that is on the right track. So that's good. Now, where things get a little bit rocky is where we want to spend that money. So when we go to expenditures, employee MOU adjustments, there's one that has been approved and one in negotiation, $240,000. Just very briefly, have we reached an agreement with the fire department? And is this a reflection of that?
We did come to an agreement with the fire department, and is this reflecting already? This is reflecting.
Perfect.
The negotiation.
Our firefighters need to get paid. And we need to pay them to attract firefighters, and we need to pay them so that they don't go to Chula Vista. We just lost one of our hometown firefighters to Chula Vista because we didn't pay him on time, and he just took the better job, and I don't blame him for it. Higher call volume, and we want to retain good employees, we have to pay them. So ahí no hay problema. Donde comienza a haber problemas es con lo del ARPA, both of them. And I'm gonna just so that we don't get into any legal trouble with specifically the 200,000. I'm gonna defer that question specifically to Campos. So first of all, we're trying to. Initially, it was to move $410,000 from ARPA to fire and police vehicles. Now it's 210,000. Now it's 200,000 because now we want to use vacancy allotments to cover the police vehicles. But I don't think it's just to not talk about why we're even in this situation. So, and I'll just ask it as a question. I'll explain it.
No, go ahead.
Okay. I'll go ahead and explain it, and I'll just ask if my if I'm right or if I'm incorrect.
Okay.
So my understanding is the $210,000 for police vehicles. Serrano, ¿cuántos vehicles eran estos? Or how many vehicles?
There's
was this?
4.
Four vehicles with
The $200,000 is for the 4 vehicles.
4 vehicles, okay. And the previous ARPA that we had for police vehicles, how many police vehicles was that?
I think it was 6,
7?
6 or 8.
It was 6 Ford Explorers and 2 Ford pickup trucks, so it's a total of 8.
Total of 8. Total of 8 from the previous, and then we got 4 from this impact fee. How many officers do we have?
We have a total of 22.
22 officers all the time or per shift?
That's the department.
Okay. So we bought 12 vehicles for a department with 22 bodies.
And traffic control?
Does that include traffic control?
Traffic control, there's 4 city sponsored positions,
Uh-huh.
and then 8 hunters, and they also have to use vehicles.
Just real quick, if we're going to have this conversation, could we have you maybe step up to, let's try that mic, just adjust it. That way we make sure
Or
that,
you can use Gabby's mic también. That one probably works a little bit better.
yeah, that's probably better. I just want to make sure that our conversations are clear for everybody, especially the ones on Zoom.
And just to put it in the record, our acting police chief was informing us that from the previous ARPA allocation, we purchased 8 vehicles. From this amount that we're discussing, $210,000, that's 4 vehicles. There's a total of 22 police officers in the department and about 12 total in traffic control. So now, how many vehicles does traffic control use?
Well, they use approximately about 5, 6, depending on traffic.
5, 6, and it doesn't have to be a police car. It can just be any car, or does it have to be a police
Well, it
car?
has to be an official vehicle from the city, whether it be a marked black and white police car or one of their traffic enforcement vehicles.
It's something that has to have lights, reflective for their safety. right?
Something with lights. Okay, sounds good. All right, excellent. Okay, so that'll be it. I just wanted to clarify the staffing versus the vehicles. Before I even begin with the question, I just want to make clear to this council, to the community, that I understand we need to buy these vehicles because it costs us more to maintain the current fleet than it is to just buy a new car. But I do have a problem with how this is being proposed, and I want some community input. So how we got to this, my understanding is a little while ago, a couple months ago, the finance department, then it went to the city manager, and then it got approved by council. We approved an expenditure of $210,000 from the impact fees to buy these vehicles. A la hora de la hora, we received the vehicles. A la hora de la hora, we find out that it is not an eligible expense, correct? It went through finance. It went through the city manager. It went through council, and nobody caught that error. And now we're trying to patch it up with ARPA or much needed staff vacancy allowances. So my question is, can we send those vehicles back? Is there a way to send back those vehicles?
So when these vehicles were purchased, and I understand where you're coming from this, right? Because this is unfortunately, it was an oversight, right? We found it, and we're moving forward, trying to make things, to do them the right way, right? So going back to your vehicle question, when we purchased those, we went through the bidding process. So therefore, we had an RFP, we awarded it, and now we're contractually responsible for the payment of these vehicles. Right now, our budget from the general fund would not be able to reflect that. So what we're doing now is, if you guys remember on our Plan B from ARPA, right? There was a million, like 1.1 was allocated to public safety for the fire department, for the police department. for miscellaneous equipment, right? So instead of taking this extra $200,000 out of the other ARPA sections, parks, downtown, the community on our, I can't remember the other one. But anyways, instead of taking the money from those ones, and making the request to use that money coming out of the police and the fire to make up for this oversight.
Correct. And I understand that, and I think I think that's very fair. But like I said, this is not for you, but more so for the council,
Yeah, for
because
sure.
we have to deal with our error. We're responsible here, so it's about us. So, as proposed, we want to take the $210,000 from staff that we desperately need. Planning department staff, public works staff, recreation staff, firefighters. That's not feasible. We need $110,000-ish worth of planning staff to bring more money into the city. So it's just not feasible to take it out of the vacancy allowances. It's also very unfair. Lisa, if you could please come up. I have a question. These vacancy allowances, a lot of them were generated from your department and your savings, if I'm not mistaken.
No, I think, let us explain that one real quick.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, most of the vacancy allowances for this instance are mainly coming actually from the police, because they are vacant with the dispatch that they're barely going to be getting shortly. And police officers that haven't been, they come and they go, so they've been leaving this vacancy savings. But no, it's not with
It's not from
building and-
planning.
no.
It's from the police department. Okay, sounds
And the
good.
position currently that Lisa has in her department is the executive assistant position that she has vacant.
Okay, sounds good.
And there is funding for that position.
And there is funding.
Excellent. So, if we approve this with the vacancies, you're saying that police would be affected, like police staffing would be affected.
So I want to say that this is the savings. Remember we got an interim police chief. Okay, so we lose the money from paying the other chief, right? As his internship, he's here, we have the vacancy at the lieutenant position. And we're doing the same way all the way down to officers that have either separated, retired, or left for whatever reason. There's a savings behind that. And that's what we're talking about here on these vacancies. The saving from those vacancies that have left.
Okay. Yeah. So there's excess money. As a council, we have to decide if patching this hole is really the best way to use this money. And it wouldn't be the whole, it would be the whole vacancy allocation.
Yeah, and just remind you that doesn't affect that's not going to affect all the other departments.
Yeah, it's just the police department itself. They have to decide between cars and positions.
And I also want to make it very clear too that because of this doesn't mean that we're not hiring, right? Because we're actively searching, we're actively recruiting. We want them to get hired, and those positions are secure. This is just the savings that we've had
previously
throughout the fiscal year. And that's insurance, retirement, and obviously the salary.
Okay, sounds
I
good.
just want to make sure that we're clear in the message, is not that we're trying to, affect or freeze positions for the police department, because that's not the case. This is just this was a savings on their part.
Beautiful, and I think that was the main concern, and so that actually is a very satisfactory explanation to this. The other $200,000 obviously is for the fire station improvements. I don't think anybody can argue with that. We need that fire station. We need that fire station open. And I'll just ask council, because there's a legal matter in between. Why do we have this shortfall?
So I'm going to answer that one. When the project was built, when the bid was built, how do I say this? We were expecting a financial income from a program. Those program monies were frozen, therefore they weren't available to work for this project. And we're just finding that out about 2 weeks ago. So had that not happened, your program is fully funded. But since we have this, that's the shortfall. The other option is not to fund it, and we close the doors over there, and we got all the way there. We're almost at the finish line, and we don't do it. ARPA funds obviously is for COVID, for the community, for public safety. This will fit in those parameters to making sure that our public safety personnel are working in right conditions, that way they can provide the equipment and good working conditions for our staff.
So just to be very clear, these $210,000 that are savings because we didn't have certain staff members. If we decided, okay, we need this for a recreation director, we could get some of that money and in the present hire a recreation director, correct? It's a savings, it's money that we do have.
But there would be a procedure. We would have to do a budget amendment and,
Yes. So the question still comes back. With so many necessities, with literally with firefighter overtime higher than the vacancy allotment, is this still the best use of our money? I don't think so. Obviously, it's not a position that we want to be in, but I don't think picking at that vacancy allotment is a good idea because, like you said, we should consult all the departments equitably and see what their needs are and see, go through that extensive process before patching a $210,000 hole. You were very critical about a $3,000 expense, but I think we should be equally critical if this is the route to do this, not just rubber stamp this $210,000 savings that we're about to save. And
here's the good thing about what we're doing right now. This was written in as the proposed, right?
Yes.
And the reason it's proposed is because we need to have these conversations.
We need to have this big conversation because instead of these, obviously we have to pay for the vehicles, right? At this point, you've told me there's no way to give them back. But I'd like to see a firefighter out of those $210,000. I'd like to see some of the planning staff out of those $210,000 because those are needed right now, and those would generate savings right now. The police vehicles, they would generate some savings, but nowhere near the savings on fire overtime, and nowhere near the revenue potentially that could be generated from a couple planning positions or a couple planning reclassifications. So maybe some of it can come from the vacancy allotments. We can say 100K from the vacancy and 100K from ARPA, but that's a decision. I want to hear back from council. ¿Cómo se sienten?
Excuse me, let me just make one comment.
Sí.
On the vacancy savings that you're seeing, is because we have currently those vacant positions, those are FTEs.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why we have the vacant savings.
Sí.
But if we were to have the full staff on the police department, then we couldn't be able to move that money. That's why we have the, not a privilege, but at least we can get them from there. But what you're stating is that you want to move that vacancy savings to another department, but next year you would be cut down those FTEs that you currently have a savings if you were to do that movement.
Yeah, so assuming that we hire all the police officers, right? The saving that you're seeing here will not be represented in our next budget because that money will be gone. So if we want to hire somebody else under that money, we won't be able to fund it because this monies won't be there.
I would object to that because the only reason we can afford this is because we have those $500,000 in excess sales tax. If we didn't have that $500,000 in excess sales tax, we would be scratching our heads of
right. So
where those $210,000 going to come from.
So that's the difference now, right?
So,
we have
if I may finish. So to answer your question about the next year, if this trend continues, those $100,000 are not going to be a problem next year because the only reason we can even afford this is because we have a surplus of $500,000 because we've been doing a good job.
And that was going to be my comment. So my comment is the way we're trending, hopefully next budget, we won't be having this type of conversation
Yeah.
on this, right? So right now, we're not there yet, and we just want to make sure we just cross the line, right? We
Yes.
want to get to the finish line.
Yes.
We're almost there. Believe me, we did see all this, and we're trying to, I want to say thank you to the staff for making this possible. We've obviously been in some hard times, and we have a lot of obstacles in our way, but we're still able to work together and get this proposed mid-year budget.
Of course. Camilo,
Yeah.
you were going to say something?
Yeah, sure. In your analysis, I want to say it's ambitious, and also using the numbers that you have. But remember, this is what we have now, and of course, this is based on projections also. Okay, and we're hoping that next year we have this or more. But what if, we don't have it? So I think we need to be cautious. We need to be really, really, really diligent in looking at all of our, needs, all of our finances, all of our, positions. And I understand we have these savings now because of unfilled vacancies. But there are savings, quote unquote, right? But because we don't have that, firefighter, we don't have that PD police officer, we don't have that person over at planning. So, but like they said, when we fill that position, then where do we find ourselves? Yes, we could use these monies as one-time monies, and I agree with you in moving these monies to, unfortunately, all these things that you said, they're right, but, now the decision of this council is where we find ourselves, we have to make the tough decisions, and it's not about, like you said, being petty, with pennies, and we're spending dollars, but it's just being fiscally responsible. I understand that, for me, it's a no-brainer that we have to make sure that we provide the tools in a good place where employees to work out of it. So, fire station, that goes without saying, right? But on everything else, we just have to make sure that that's why I said, I want to sit down, and this is a meeting that, this is transparency, this is opening the discussion, not just for us, but for the entire community. This is what they need to see and chime in also.
Yes.
This is where we also want the input, right? But at this point, this is where we are. This is what is being proposed. I know that we have legally binding documents, such as, for the police, vehicles that we acquired through a legal process. So unfortunately, we're tied to that, right?
And I also want to make a point real quick. Going back to these positions, hiring, our goal for the next budget coming in is to get all the departments their needs and give them to you guys, and you guys will choose what positions are getting filled versus the ones that are not getting filled.
And then, council, just one comment. As you recall, we have, I think, an action from the city council that once we go beyond 9:30, then we need a motion to continue with the meeting. And it looks like we're beyond that point.
Would you like to continue, or?
So a motion to continue until 10:30 for now?
Sure, second.
Second, Madrileño, all in favor?
Aye.
Continue.
So I guess the question would be, well, first of all, I think it's evident that we need to consult the community, because even just touching ARPA funds, like Mr. Castillo said, you recall the people that were upset with how we first used the funds. I think once we do this, they're gonna come back and say, you didn't talk to us.
Well,
and they specifically told us that we are here because you didn't consult us on the first $2 million, and now we're not going to consult them on this.
And that's okay. The only thing is that, again, you invited us to comment, right? And that's what we're having. You and each and every one of us has been trusted by all these individuals or all these, citizens that put their trust in us in making these decisions, right? These sound decisions. So what I want is to move forward, because when was this ARPA, proposal approved?
A couple weeks ago? A month ago?
No, a couple of months ago.
Yeah.
Right?
A couple months ago.
You know, so, and where are we now on these expenses? Where are we on the plan? So we're even delaying all these things. So instead of going back, you know, and it's not that I'm against, you know, consulting, right? But I think we need to move with the action, right? In implementing, in analyzing. I think most of the things that are here, they're still intact. Right? So we just need to make sure that, you know, I know we have Mr. Castillo come in and you know, chime in. You know, he was one of the members that came in, but we just need to make sure that we move forward, right?
And also
I don't think it's something out of the ordinary that is being proposed, but the longer that we take, the longer that we consult, you know, we're going to be delaying. Remember, we have until 2024 to allocate this. You know,
so
I want to make
just a very specific
comment
question.
real quick.
Yes,
real quick. To the community, right? We're talking about, and you're absolutely 100%. The community should have a voice in this, right?
Mm-hmm.
So on the Plan B that was approved March 16th, I believe, it was approved on March 16th, and one, like I stated earlier, one of those topics was the emergency. So we're making sure that we take it from that one. So what does that mean? That means that whatever equipment was going to get purchased for the police department, they no longer can purchase it because we're paying for these vehicles.
So just
so that we're not taking it from any other program, so that the park won't be affected, downtown. I just want to make sure that's clear.
Yeah, that is perfectly clear. And just before I ask la pregunta, the budgetary question, that is also a problem, because you just had Ms. Garcia come up here to say, and part of what the advocates that filled this room said was, okay, you approved the categories, but before you spend the money, they requested from council to itemize and run it to the community. So if you're saying $1 million for emergency, the community probably wants those CPR money. I don't know the terminology, the electro things for the fire department. They probably want the speakers at fire station. They probably want certain things. I don't think the community would say, oh, you guys messed up and that's what we envisioned for ARPA. I don't think that's the community's vision, and we need to at least have the decency to ask them, because we really buried it under a item like item number 16. How is a typical citizen in the community going to know this was even there? How would they have known through through Sandy's presentation that was even a proposal? Right, it was not highlighted, and if it wasn't highlighted, we would not be having this discussion. So I'm going to ask the Mayor Pro Tem. You're right, contractual obligation. We have to pay $210,000. How much do you want from ARPA, and how much do you want from the vacancies, and why? Why is it the most effective choice? Because it's not like, oh, pues nomás hay una choice. There's an infinite amount of possibilities, and all of them have very big impacts in our future revenue and our future losses. So I want you to explain your position on why it's okay to just rubber stamp and not consider.
And Raul, this is not rubber stamping, and again, this is not a debate between you and I.
Yeah, we have more opinions.
Yeah, no, okay, we're gonna be here all night, but what I'm saying is that we don't necessarily have to take an action right now.
Yeah,
it seems like we're not ready to take action, so we just table it, regroup, and go to the next item.
We should table it for a specific budget meeting.
That's also an option, right?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
But I just want to make sure that if we do table it, that we're very clear on what is wanting to be shown. And if it's the conversation that we had right now, we can highlight that in there, right? But just to let you know that it wasn't, we didn't hide it in there. Obviously, it's a public document. No, I just want to make sure, because it sounded like, like it was hidden. It wasn't hidden. It is on there. And if somebody from the audience or somebody from the citizens don't understand it, they can always reach out to us and we'll explain it for them. I get the point where you're saying that we can highlight that, and maybe we should have, right?
Okay.
But it was highlighted in the budget documents that were.
Okay. Honestly, Mr. Fabio, I need to check the numbers, because I have different budgets and ¿cómo se llama?
I
in the meeting, in the last meeting for May 4, and this meeting, and I don't understand what is the presentation of May 4 and today's May 18. I don't know for what is different presentation. It's only eran two items que se iban a mover. Okay.
So I think to understand your question.
Who advised this report?
Real quick, just because I got two questions there. The first question is, it is different than the one on the May 4th meeting, right? And that is because we had other conversations and we fixed this and we found this issue, right?
So
The other thing is, so when you get your next budget presentation, it will also look different than this because we're gonna highlight the corrections or whatever is decided tonight,
And
right?
only
Those
two
will have it.
corrections, and only two.
Yeah.
So
Well, it's a fluid document, it moves, that's a fluid. We're making changes, we're adjusting, we're talking.
Yes, I
we're making
understand.
it
I just
better.
want to make sure that we know that this presentation is not just going to be photocopied for the next one. That they always change,
Okay.
right? And because it's changing because we're making decisions, it's changing because it's a fluid issue. On the second part to your question is who is providing the information for this budget? Obviously, we have a finance department that's working hard for this. And we also have the financial consultant that has been with the city for the past 4 to 5 years. They're also included on this process.
Mr. Moreno, if I may make a motion to table. I would like to table this item to a special meeting Wednesday of next week, and for all the directors to be formally invited, because we only have 3 directors present, and we really have to consult with, if we're gonna consult with them over $3,000, we have to consult with them over $210,000.
Okay, so.
That's my motion. Is there a second?
Yes, second. Who advised this report?
Finance Department.
¿Quién?
Finanza.
No, pero hay una señora que no, que está.
Yeah, that's what I just said that right now. It's a collaboration between the finance department and Susan Meyer.
Sí, la consultora. Okay. Motion and second.
Okay, all those in favor, aye?
Aye.
Aye.
Doug, Gloria second.
Yeah, I second.
Yeah. Okay, moving forward.
Oh wait, the votes de este lado?
Huh?
The votes? Did we all vote?
Yeah.
Yeah, we all
Okay,
did.
okay,
Yes.
okay, okay.
I think we had, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take, because I know somebody was here, wanted to speak on our environment. I'm gonna skip 17, 18, I'm gonna go to 19, for the purpose of time. Consider establishing an ad hoc committee, proposal, Mr. Ureña, right? On the grant writing.
Yes.
So, yeah. You wanna talk about that, or you wanna?
So
He's
the
gonna do
goal,
his comment.
just for I can make sure, we're jumping to
19.
number 19?
Yeah.
And we're doing this because of time, or which one?
Time, and also, yes.
Because he has a public comment, just so he can go.
19.
See, we're gonna come back to those.
Yeah, we're gonna come back to them.
He just has a public comment.
Miss Mayor,
Oh, okay. And before we get to the public comment, I just want to give the community what we're talking about on this one is establishing, the establishment of an ad hoc committee on grant writing and appointment of 2 members of the council to serve on this committee. That's what number 19 is. And the goal behind this is we're obviously in a financial, I don't want to say predicament because it looks like we're trending out, right? We've been in a bad spot. We're doing things better. We're getting there. One of the things that are going to help us is these grants, right? So in working with the community, we want to make sure that before we start applying for grants, that we really know what the community wants these grants to be for. So that's the purpose of this ad hoc committee, and it's to get the community input, to make sure that we're making the right decisions on the grants that we're going to be looking for, to prioritize them.
Sure, and I'll add that I will work with Pedestrian on develop a plan with a strategy, so we can present it, and we have like a roadmap, how is that, those moving parts of the community is gonna be. Okay, that's to who, and all that, so we can present it.
That is going to be up to this board to assign whatever 2 members they want for this, and I'll leave you with that. And if you don't have any questions on that, then I guess we can take the
Go ahead.
the public
Say
comment.
that.
Thank you, Dylan.
Thank you so much, and I just do want to say that in the effort of time, I appreciate everyone for being here and just bearing with us as we're having these discussions for our community. With that said, good evening. On behalf of Ivy Equity and Justice Coalition, we'd just like to say that we welcome this committee, and we are happy to collaborate as a city is in dire need of increasing its capacity by having someone, or in this case, a group of people working together who have the experience and the time to be able to focus and use the capacity towards the grants and seeking out the opportunities and applying for them. With that said, though, however, I do want to be a bit cautious. We do believe that this is not necessarily a solution. It is a temporary fix. It is a better solution compared to having nothing. But with that said, this is better than nothing. However, I do think it is very important that we do have a full-time staff grant writer because, again, as I mentioned earlier, we're constantly losing opportunities because grants are just passing by us and we don't have the capacity to do it. And I think a common misconception sometimes is that people are not applying because they don't care. Unfortunately, as many of you know, our city is just at capacity and we don't have the people and the resources just to apply to this. So, and as part of the coalition and as just a part of community-based organizations, we would like to help add to the capacity of the city, help in whatever way that we can in just attacking this issue and making sure that we're getting as many resources as possible to our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Doug.
And I think that should be taken into consideration when we choose who is going to be on this ad hoc. We have organizations like this that are obviously showing interest, and just I thank you for that, Dylan. I appreciate the offer, and that's going to be for you guys to decide.
So obviously, grant writing committee, I think it should have roughly, to start, maybe a good 7-8 people. I think that's a good, maybe up to 10, because there's a lot of nonprofits in our community. We want to make sure the Women Havens involved, the neighborhood house, a lot of organizations that have grant writing capacity to come into partnership and write grants together with the city. In reference to Dylan's...
And just also, we need staff there, right? Because in order for these to get through, we need the staff.
Oh, yeah. I'll work on the plan, I'll present the plan with so that can come.
Yeah, because we can,
yeah.
to be part of, I want to make sure that we are aware that there has to be a staff, because at the end of the day, we still have to control what's coming out, right? So your this ad hoc committee's suggestions may not be in line with how we're working on the city, and I just want to make sure that it's conveyed as I'm not just giving the reins to you guys to go.
Eventually, we'll come to the city council for approval.
Exactly, and I just want to make sure that we're doing that, and that no action on this committee can be taken unless it's at this, unless it's at this board.
And I'll explain that
We'll put that in the plan, yeah.
Okay, I just want to make sure. Yeah.
So I would just ask legal for, if possible, by next Wednesday when we're making all these budget decisions. Like Dylan said, this is a temporary fix. Obviously, we don't want our citizens to be the one writing our grants. That's temporary. That's just ocupamos ayuda y esta comunidad siempre nos ayuda, whether it's cleaning parks, filling in gaps. This community has been absolutely amazing at showing up. And I have full faith that they're going to show up to help us write this grant. But to make this more sustainable, can you confer to us, or can you tell us by the next budget meeting if we can use some of the ARPA funds, reallocate some of the ARPA funds for either the committee, for como se dice, an actual grant writer, or if we can reallocate some of the vacancy savings into either of those as well. That would be very helpful, so we can make this like a durable effort.
Yeah, I probably would need the specifics of grant writer and all that, and I'm not sure we're there yet, honestly.
So essentially a budget.
Yeah.
A budget?
Just allowable expenses.
So that goes back to kind of what we've been talking about tonight, right? We're choosing to use ARPA funds for something like this, and I think it was very clear in the beginning that we didn't want to do that, right? And we're kind of doing that
potentially.
again.
I just want to put it on the table to see
Right.
if that's something the community.
Okay, I just want to make sure that
But I want to get it through legal to see if it's even possible.
Right,
If it's
right.
possible, propose it. See if the
Because
community.
there is parameters that we have to follow, right?
course,
Those have been
of course.
established, and I just want to make sure that we're following those, and that's why you're posing the question. I get it, but I also just want to make sure that initially we said one thing and now we're saying another thing. And I just want to make sure that the message is clear to the community that we're trying to do what's best for the interest of the community. That's what my goal is, right?
Of course, correct. Yes, in line.
So it would be for, so we would just need to know what's the specific parameters to properly, because there's a lot of factors that go in, and
I'll send an
and
email.
we'd have to look at that and see how much information we have, so.
So, who wants to be on the committee?
Yeah, so.
You? Okay, I'll make a motion.
You gonna be in it?
I would like to be on the committee.
Well, Joe, problem. I mean, I have experience in grant writing.
I know, that's why I'm asking. Yeah, como se dice. Okay, sounds good. So I'll make a motion for myself and Moreno to be on this committee. We'll choose the director later. We'll give it a max of 10 people for now.
Okay, and I'll second the motion.
You'll second?
So
Yeah, I'll second the motion.
before we do that, and I highlight one more thing.
Yeah.
Let's make it very clear. So you're saying there's a total of 10 on this ad hoc committee?
Yeah, just real quick on the ad hoc has to be only council members. Obviously, you can have other people assisting with you, but technically for an ad hoc, it can only be
Right,
less than
and-
majority. But you can have community members. But
Okay. Yes, and I just
technically,
wanna make sure that-
it can only be two.
Two council members,
Yes.
but total of 8 community members.
How you organize it, but to be an ad hoc, because ad hoc doesn't comply with, you don't have to have a Brown Act meeting. It can only be composed technically of less than a quorum, so two members.
I'll write the membership on it, who's gonna be part of it, and the number of people representing what.
So the ad hoc it would have to just be two. Obviously, we can have community partners working with you on that, but the ad hoc itself can only be 2 council members. Otherwise, it becomes a Brown Act committee, and then you have to follow the Brown Act.
Another thing I wanted to bring up is if we're putting the, I'm trying to be brief here because I know it's already 10:15, right? Is the 10 position and the 10 max that you want to put on it? How do you get on those 10 spots? How are you one of those, right? How are we going to come to that consensus?
That would be the mayor, because it's an ad hoc. It's controlled by the mayor.
Okay, so I just want to.
But if I may, Chief, I think what the mayor is proposing to bring up a plan. I think I would like to see the plan.
Yeah,
right?
you'll see it next time. That's what I'm saying.
Well, yeah. So all these things that we're talking about. When you're talking about also, Raul, there has to be the plan. You guys are the ad hoc, and then you bring around you the support. But that's what I want to see. For now, it's just forming this committee. The specifics, you guys are in charge of bringing it back.
I got 8 topics on the business plan proposal. Okay. I'll present that, and I'll talk to the.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that that's in the back of your mind, that we need to make sure that we're.
Of course.
Sure.
Thank you.
So we don't need to vote on this. The mayor can just create it, right? Legal for ad hoc.
I'm pretty sure he has the authority in the ordinance, but I don't know if Gabby, do you know specifically? Generally, they do. Yeah.
You usually
Okay.
And then if I ask an ad hoc,
No, I'll vote to create.
this is of course you're just gonna serve a purpose to do grant writing, right? But do we put a timeline or a time frame of this?
Yeah, generally the deal with you can either have a strict, or a lot of times they basically would just dissolve upon the completion of that duty. So once it's completed, then automatically they essentially dissolve. That's the reason of an ad hoc.
That's how.
Yeah, the
that's
ad
how I
hocs
understand it.
have-
That's how I know that you are formed to, complete a task
Yes.
or a goal, and then once you do that,
It dissolves,
you're done.
correct.
So I have an idea. Why don't we bring it, because we're going to have the big budget discussion next Wednesday. Let's just bring the business plan to the next Wednesday. In case there's a budget decision that allocates funds to it, we can just go right there.
Sure.
So I would make a motion to table this for the budget meeting as well, but as a second item.
Okay, that's the second item. For that budget meeting.
Is there a second?
Okay, so we're tabling that, but just for the agenda tonight, the consideration to establish it, are we okay with saying it is you two council members, or are we saying
Well,
we're
we
gonna
haven't
vote on
voted
this?
We're just going to table the whole thing.
Oh, the
until
whole
Wednesday.
project, okay, thank you.
Yeah, until Wednesday.
Right, yeah.
See.
All
So
right.
that's a motion. Is there a second?
Yep.
A second?
Second by me.
Okay.
All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Okay, motion carried. Thank you. Moving along, item number 17, approve an extension of the Pun Group Associates Advisors Group contract.
We're gonna have somebody coming right up to this one. I'm sorry. It's already 10. It's starting to hit us. Yeah.
I'll be very brief on this one. All I'm requesting from council to approve an extension for the PUN Group Corporation to do our budget, our audit for 2021-22. And I especially request this personally because of so short-staffed that we are in the finance, and they've already know how we work, they're knowledgeable of the cities of Calexico finances. That's why I'm requesting for this extension. And they did provide their contract with an optional of 2 more years, but those are optional.
Hey, we've just been using them for the past couple of years. We're happy with the way they're providing service to us. So we're just asking to extend, to keep them as the organization for us on our audits.
How many years have they been doing it?
Okay, motion by Mr. Garcia for approval, or do you want to?
How long have they been with us?
It's mandatory,
Yeah.
So we're looking about anywhere from 6 to 9 years that we've been using the PUN
We've
Group.
been using the company.
Right.
We don't have anything that says that we cannot use, there's certain cities and certain organizations that you cannot continue using the same.
Right, now on this, not on this one, yes. I know what you're saying, but not on this one, right?
Okay.
Mr. Romo, you have a question?
No.
No? Okay. So a motion made by Mr. Garcia to approve. Anybody second?
I think Rosie seconded. Did you second?
There's no second.
No, I'll second.
So Morena seconded. All those in favor? Aye?
Aye.
Aye? Okay, motion carried. Thank you.
18.
Yeah.
Yes, as proposed.
Right, 18?
Motion to approve.
Sorry. We have,
Read item
yeah.
18.
I'm sorry, I think in my mind, I just see them coming up already. So
You want me to, I'll read it. I'll read it.
Yeah,
Okay.
okay, yeah.
So approve letter of support for Pete Buttigieg? Yeah, Buttigieg, Secretary, United States Department of Transportation, in support of Imperial County Transportation Commission.
Okay.
Yes, we were contacted by the Imperial County Transportation Commission. They are planning on submitting an application for the future Calexico Transit Center in the downtown area. So they are requesting a letter of support from the City Council to go ahead and submit the application.
Okay, so
So move.
Second.
second, all those in favor? Aye?
Aye.
Motion carried. Thank you.
Thank you. That would be nice if all of our presentations were like that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Item number 20, approval of sponsorship of the Sure Helpline Center 50 years anniversary gala in the amount of $700.
Okay. I have a question on this one. Who, we're saying, I'm reading the recommendation. It is recommended that the city council approve. Who's recommending it?
Staff.
Or who
We're,
brought it to the agenda?
yeah, so this was proposed by Councilwoman Romo to be put on the agenda. And after looking at her request, we obviously have to put it on the agenda, right? So now it is recommended that we do approve this for the sponsorship. And again, you guys have the option to choose for it, or and it's a voting issue, and that's why you guys have it here. We just want to make sure that we're doing things very transparent, right? So
Is
that's
that
why it's here.
50
I'm not against it, okay?
anniversary.
Let me just make.
Yeah, no.
I'm not against it, but I need to know where we're getting the money for these events. Because are we gonna, if we sponsor one, are we gonna continue sponsoring another one?
Right,
Because
so-
I don't
so-
think we have been sponsoring it.
No, it's
these
sponsored
type of
for
events
2000.
We sponsored the Stone of
So the question is, where does the money come from?
This is coming from the
$700.
general fund, $700.
The general fund. Ms. Romo, the general fund? Is there-
general fund, yeah, of
Okay.
course. We have like a
That's where it
surplus
comes
of
from.
210, it
Yeah.
seems.
That's where it's come from.
I make a motion to approve.
Second.
On,
Okay. Any discussion?
yeah, on this one, I'm gonna abstain. Actually, my wife is gonna be one of the ones that are it's gonna be recognized.
Yes.
So I'm gonna stay on this one, and I truly believe in that. And again, just like Rosie said, it's not that I'm against it, but it's just avoiding any conflict of interest.
Of course.
But just to reiterate, I truly believe in the mission of this organization, but I will buy my own ticket. Thank you.
Okay, so yes, Rosie? Yes, that's 4-1. But 4-0.
Okay.
Thank you.
And just to remind you guys, since we are paying for a table, there is room for you all to take your, well, not all, but
Yeah,
to
really.
take your couples with you.
Yeah, very
My
much.
goodness.
And congratulations
So, but
on
isn't it, if you're
Audencia.
paying for the table, then excluding your,
Yeah, it
the
includes,
council
his-
with our guests,
Yeah.
no?
Right.
Yeah. Blanca, you also getting recognized, right?
Yeah,
Miss
Blanca.
Yeah, she's also, yes.
Yes, Blanca.
And Calexico Wildlife Center, are they buying tickets?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, well, they have more tickets.
Oh, 2 tables.
Wow. Wow, yeah.
That's about 2.
The most important
Yeah.
is 50-year.
Okay, item 21, appointment of 2 council member representatives to attend the Innovating Commerce Servicing Communities Conference, May 21st to the 24th. That is in Las Vegas, I believe?
That's an
Correct. And just like, as I mentioned earlier, this is also for 2 staff members as well. So 2
staff.
council, 2
And
staff
2
members.
staff.
That's my understanding.
The 2 staff members obviously is gonna
It's
probably
for 2
be.
staff members and
and
2
two
And
council.
2 councilmen. And the reason it was written this way is because I have the authority, the city manager has the authority to approve the travel and usage for the staff.
Mhm.
This one, for your guys' travel, needs to be approved by the board.
Of course.
And like our attorney Campos mentioned on the staff report, the budget amount that's on there is for the 4, not just for the 2 councilmen.
Okay.
Mayo 21.
Lisa, do you have something to say?
Right. And yes, Lisa does have
Yeah,
some.
right?
Yeah, come on.
Yeah.
Good evening, good morning.
Yeah. Can we
Council.
just let them know what this whole process is, please?
Yes, so this is
What's
actually,
the, excuse me, what is cut off our 10:30, right?
10:30.
Yeah.
okay,
Yeah, so
so,
Almost there. Okay.
we'll make,
No, go ahead.
no, if you
Excuse
want
me,
to,
the
if
next-
you want,
go
we're
ahead.
here, yeah.
No, excuse me, the next special meeting is in 25.
See, this has to be
And
approved
this
today,
says
probably.
21,
24.
24.
Yeah, that's what we want to
We
get
need to act on it tonight.
We want to get that one
I'll
done
make a
tonight.
motion to extend the meeting 15 minutes
Okay.
to 10:45. Is there a second?
Okay.
A second.
Okay.
Okay.
What's that?
All those in favor, aye?
Aye.
Aye. 10:45.
10:45, okay.
Oh, listen, go ahead.
okay. Good evening, council, staff, and members of the public. The item before you is for requesting the approval for 2 council members to attend the Innovating Commerce Serving Communities ICSC conference from May 21 to May 24th, 2022. The city of Calexico has participated in previous years, and the reason this item is before you is because we're, as council has directed, to try all avenues to bring development and projects to the city. This is one of them. We've been very frugal in our spending, and so we have money in the Planning and Building Services Department to be able to attend this conference, which provides professional development workshops for economic development primarily, and it is also a conference where developers come from all over the nation and Canada to participate in, it's like recruiting and seeing what cities they can expand to and what opportunities and incentives cities have. So this would be extremely beneficial, not only for staff, but for the members that go representing the council, because it shows that there's support from the city council, and it's a learning opportunity. That's the biggest thing, is that we're going to go learn and network and meet developers and individuals interested in coming to our city. And we've been already getting calls to see if the city of Calexico is going to participate. So historically, the city has participated. So with that said, I will stand for any questions.
Thank you.
I would like to propose that instead of city council to have a staff go, 2 more staff members. Why? Because like you said, it's a good opportunity also for, building capacity. I think also, going back to what Gabi, 10, 15 years ago when we had a redevelopment monies, right? Where there was a very robust, budget, for this type of, efforts that you're bringing to us. And I remember at that time they had a very nice pop-up, display. They also had a very, very nice packet of information, with lots of information that I still have one actually, from those years, with, all the assets that the city has, with information on fees, on, incentives, on any opportunities, availability of properties to be developed, all these things that are crucial, right? That when you get asked, water rates, power, land availability, all these things that when you go to a event like this, you have it and you should be able to, recite it, by memory, pretty much. So I think, the staff, yourself, and where you already are included, maybe someone else from your department, and maybe someone else from another department that can actually benefit, because we have to continue to build capacity. That's where I come from. That's where I see, and just from experience, right? And I think for council will be a good experience, but I don't think right now that, we will be the best asset, for that. Rather I will propose that again, staff members, if possible, and if not, just the 2 staff members. Because, and then I know that you mentioned in the past that you have been working on a business guide, some type of business guide that I have yet to see, and I'm pretty sure that it's going to look really great. I know that the type of work that you produce and everybody, but, you already have that.
Yes.
And that's kind of like what I want to see moving forward also, because we need to show up with something in our hands. We need to be able to display and highlight and make sure that, again, there's a question, I don't have to go look for you, let me go get the staff member. So that's what I'm talking about.
If I may touch on that, so it's all at the direction of the council, but we even prepared a QR code. So it's on our flyers that we're going to have out, and they can just scan it with the phone and they'll come to our webpage. So in the next 24 hours, we're going to put up the actual, what they'll be scanning, and it'll take them to the planning and building page and everything. So we're there, we're ready.
Yeah.
But
And
it's
just,
at your direction.
Yeah, and also just to make a note, in order to go to the conference, there was certain requirements that had to be met, and make sure that we're not just showing up without the information. So those informational items were obviously met before we can attend to that.
Yeah.
So you already have that in, you already
Yes.
have all
So-
that. And then, in the prior events, who were the ones that would go?
From what it was shared with me, to my understanding, it was economic development staff, and that was quite a few years ago. And just as Mayor Pro Tem Garcia said, there was a pop-up booth, and that pop-up booth is still here. But the city, if we get to go, we wouldn't be exhibiting the booth. We wouldn't have a booth. But maybe in the future, if the city decides to continue to participate, I know that other cities neighboring will have a booth there this year. Fortunately, we won't have a booth, but with that said, it's at your direction how we proceed.
And who, again, you were the one that recommended or that brought it to be placed on the agenda, then whose recommendation was to send 2 council persons? Or better yet, who are the 2 council persons that are going?
Well, that hasn't been decided.
I would like to just make it into a motion. I think the people that should go.
I'm sorry, Raul, but I can't hear you. Please speak louder.
I'll make it into a motion. I think I'll make a motion to approve this item. The 2 council people should be myself and the mayor. Staff should be obviously the planning director and the city engineer. So that's my motion. Is there a second?
I'll second that. In addition, I would like to say, well, here for me, as mayor of the city of Calexico, and we're also need some decision makers up there, because you send in staff, they're gonna go, well, I gotta go talk to my boss, I gotta talk to that boss. Here, I talk to you guys, and not only that, but I have programs and projects that I need continuity, and each of those concepts bring back over here and support those, as well as some decision makers here. So in terms of the government, we need those two people there to keep people.
Yeah, and agenda items for two council people. I think the staff items,
Yeah.
that's
There's
that's
a
under the
reason for
city
that.
manager's
There's also
direction.
special dates for us that we go there and talk to those decision makers for that reason.
I'll retract the staff part from my motion, just myself and Moreno, if that's what needs to be done. There's a motion in a second, go ahead and do a vote.
And I would like a report for us.
Are there up first?
Okay, let's vote on it. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye?
No?
Aye.
4-1. Thank you. Item number 22, appointment by council member to the library board of trustees.
No appointment at this time.
I'm sorry?
No appointment at this time. I don't have an appointment right now.
Me too, and 23.
Okay,
And this just goes back to the, and we're not getting the applications for this,
Yeah.
right? That's what we want. We want applicants to come in and, so just.
So maybe we shouldn't put them in there until something comes up, right? Just, right? I know we've done that, yeah, and, yeah, okay. All right, for item for future agenda.
Yeah, right.
Okay, go ahead.
Discussion and action for collaboration contract between the City of Calexico Unified School District about the pool. Please.
And I second that, just to enhance that request, I want to make sure that, we come up with a plan to make sure that we have a summer pool program, and that when we come back with that item for next meeting, and maybe we can make it to the emergency meeting, because, again, summer is upon us, and we have to identify monies. I know we have been, kind of jockeying for funds, but I think that's a good way to invest our funds in our community, in our people. So I want to make sure that, Diego, if you can work on identifying some, funds to put into that program. There's already work and people that have come up to provide support for the summer pool program. And I will chime in on that when we discuss it. So hopefully we can put it on the special agenda also.
Also, I would like an update, Mayor. We haven't had any update on the farmers.
On the what?
On the farmers
Farm
research
Service
center.
Center?
Yeah, we haven't had any update. I would like to have.
Yeah, well, okay. The Farm Worker Service Center, Ariola Hernandez wants to say an update on that.
So let me just to make sure that, for yours, for Mrs. Romo, we're looking for the collaboration with the school district on a community pool event. And for you, we're looking for the update on the, which one was it again?
The Farmers Resource Center, and because did the orthopedic clinic, did they move to?
Yeah, they're out.
Yeah, I want to say they did, yes.
Yeah, okay. Because
I'll give you an update on that.
In my 3 matters pending, tengo 3.
We're done here? Okay, go ahead. ¿Tienes tres? ¿Tienes uno?
Yeah, no, ya está bien. Son pendientes.
No, go ahead, yeah.
For the last meeting for May 4th, you remember, Mr. Padilla? And Carlos, Leiden, the transfer for housing, you remember?
Correct.
This is one.
I want to say that one is still.
Correct. We didn't bring it because it's still not final, and we just had a conversation. We've been having a conversation even this week with the attorney. It's not on the agenda to discuss it, but that's a reason. It's not. We wanted to bring it as a final item. If we would have brought it to this meeting, it would have been directing me and the city manager to finalize some of the terms, which we want to bring to the council the exact item. That's the reason. And then there was a conversation today earlier with the executive director and the city manager. But yeah, we're making that a priority though.
Yeah, we are working on this one, and we'll try to get it there. But remember, it's still being in legal conversations. So I think it would be too early for us to actually start talking about it since we haven't come to an arrangement, yeah.
So I just have one. I had like 8, but because we're gonna have a budget meeting, like all those 7 are gonna be like there, which is good. I just wanted to tell you, Fire Chief, I definitely am going to consult you in the next couple of days to help you make an advertisement for the first community budget meeting that we're going to have, because it's historic, a community budget meeting for the city of Calexico. So we advertise it, and a couple of things to make sure that the discussion points, the decisions that we need to make are kind of clear and correctly explained to the community. So I'll make sure to assist in that in any way I can. And my only item is for us to put authorization. We got a letter from Comité Orgullo Mexicali. They're inviting us to their pride celebration as a city. They want us to send representatives to Mexicali for that parade on June 11th. So if on June 1st we could please agendize that permission so we can represent the city of Calexico in our sister city. That'll be my comment or my.
And this is permission for, what was the name of the project again?
Comité Orgullo Mexicali is the organization, and this is pretty much the pride parade for Mexicali.
Orgullo, right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Anything else? I make a motion to adjourn at 10:40.
Special meeting next
Wednesday, same time.
Yeah, that will be next week.
Okay.
So, second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor, aye?
Aye.
Okay, motion carried, meeting adjourned.